Yes, a very good afternoon to everybody. Thank you so much for joining us here on our sunset safari on WildEarth, as we are on the Djuma Private Game Reserve here in the world-renowned Sabi Sands on such a wonderful afternoon. Not a single cloud in the sky, blue skies, and it is definitely nice and warm this afternoon. So I'm hoping for a lot of action this afternoon. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Cedric Dold, and behind our camera this afternoon, we've got BK here on a Rusty this afternoon. So first things first, of course, we are going to head to Twin Dams because I had somebody telling me about Marips that is in Little Gary. He was coming north and that he's heading towards Twin Dams area. So I'm really looking forward to searching around there. I'm hoping we find something. And of course, on Wendy this afternoon, we're going to have Tess and Johan, Pridelands, Chris and Paul down in the Eastern Cape, Lauren and Davy, and yes, on our dam cam, we're going to have Ralph this afternoon. But as you can see, we are live, we are interactive, so please send us any questions, comments, suggestions, stories, whatever you've got to ask us, please send it to our website. Our website is wildearth.tv, and go onto our questions page, and yes, if you go onto the questions page, you will see that you'll have to sign in if you haven't registered yet, but please register with us, and it is free of charge. And then once you do register, you can of course send those comments and questions. If you do not want to go onto our website, then just there is a QR code at the bottom of the screen. Just grab your cell phone, open the camera, frame up that QR code, it's a little white box, and then just scan that QR code in. It'll take you directly to our questions page, and then on that page, just if you haven't registered yet, register with us, and then you can send all those comments and questions through to us. So yes, looking forward to this afternoon. I'm hoping that we are going to find some amazing things for you. As I said, I did hear somebody saying something about Marips, that young male leopard. It might have crossed into Djuma, but let's hold thumbs and let's see if we are lucky this afternoon. I know Tess is heading east. She's going to follow up on female leopard tracks that she had this morning around the Central Road, I think Drakensberg Junction, in that area, so quite far east onto Djuma Private Game Reserve. But yes, I think we've got a beautiful battalier that's just passing by. As you can see, as they're heading really further south, southeast away from us.
So it's the weekend, and what better way to spend a day than sat near one of these wonderful waterholes?
So get yourself some snacks and a hat and come and join us for the weekend at a watering hole.
So for the days the 9th and the 10th of July, our teams here at WildEarth from across Southern Africa are going to be spending quality time at a number of waterholes.
We will see you there.
See you there.
Definitely such a nice warm day today. I think about 27, 28 degrees Celsius, BK. Oh, yeah. There you go. Yeah. Great answer. So yeah, we are going to head towards Twin Dams, and let's go and follow up on what's happening down that side. I'm really hoping... Mic back. Oh, sorry. I think it's my... There you go. Done. Thank you. Oh... it's a Lilac-breasted Rhino that just flew past, just had a shadow. I think BK is going to be tough. No, it's going to go further north of us. So it's just a Lilac-breasted Rhino that just went very quickly across. And I know BK loves following birds. It definitely is one of his specialities as a cam op. is following birds in flight, which is always nice. You hardly ever get really nice birds in flight on the camera and all that, so, and he loves doing that. Let's take a look. So my information, what I got this morning was from Tristan. He was, of course, doing his wandering through in this area, and Jackie's and on a Net's property, and they followed up on Marips. They found Marips just inside here, Baboon Pan, but just southeast of Baboon Pan. He was coming northwest, so he said it was, and that was this morning, heading towards Baboon Pan itself. And you know that Marips loves Twin Dams. He knows this area very, very well. So we are definitely going to around here and see if any tracks have crossed. So let's hold thumbs, let's hold thumbs, let's hold thumbs for this. Virtual starling. But anyway, while we sit here at Twin Dams, let's see what the weather is like around here today.
Well, hello, good day, and welcome to the afternoon Waterhole Watch. We're coming to you live from the Mashatu Game Reserve in Botswana. My name is Ralph Kirsten, and on the camera, once again, we have Ralph Kirsten. Yes, I will be manning the dam cam Raz in Mashatu Game Reserve, as well as in the Djuma Dam Cam, and that is in the Sabi Sands in the Greater Kruger National Park of South Africa. So I'll be flicking between the two, and please don't forget to send us your questions and your comments using the link wildearth.tv/questions, or just scan the QR code at the bottom of your screen. Now, here at the Mashatu Dam Cam in Botswana, we're sitting at around 22-23 degrees Celsius, so it's a lovely afternoon. There's a little breeze coming in from the west, but nothing to speak of whatsoever. We've got some guinea fowl now down drinking at the water. Along with them are some Impala and the ever-present red-billed quailias calling in the background and whooshing in and out as they move in large numbers. You can also see there's not a cloud in the sky, and I think it's going to be an absolutely brilliant afternoon at the Waterhole. We had some elephants down drinking earlier, as well as giraffe making their way through, so it's been an absolute wildlife spectacle, and I'm sure it's going to continue right through the afternoon.
WildEarth have really inspired me to return to South Africa after having followed so many beautiful characters. This Ticket to Dream has given me a great opportunity to meet the WildEarth team, which I thank. They're all amazing. I love all of the characters, but I do have a particular passion for leopards. It's a dream, and as I said before, I just keep on pinching myself. Am I really here?
If you would like to be a part of the team that shares the wildebeest migration in Kenya live on WildEarth, then we have some great news for you. There are a few places left to join our expeditions in August and September this year. You'll be staying in an exclusive tented camp with ensuite bedrooms nestled in the riverine woodlands of the Talek River. Head over to our website to book your bucket list experience today. WildEarth Expeditions. Travel with purpose.
So there we can get a nicer, closer look. And I think that's probably the clearest that we've had it so far. Brenda, yeah, I absolutely agree with you. It's a wonderful afternoon here. in Mashatu. And you can see there the sun is beaming, there's hardly a breath of wind, and it's just so wonderful that in the middle of winter you can sit at 23 degrees Celsius and not a cloud in the sky. Now, I'm just going to zoom out, and then I'm going to pop us on over to the Djuma dam cam, because it seems the zoomies have found us something interesting. So, we are now all the way back in South Africa, and we have a bird of prey that the zoomie has managed to find feeding on something. It looks like it's a frog. You're going to help me identify this bird. Having a look at those legs, it looks like it's got no feathers on the bottom of its legs, and that would often lead us in a direction. So this is now a little exercise in identifying birds. When you look at birds of prey and you immediately recognize that it's a bird of prey because it's got some prey, that's a dead giveaway, but it's got talons and it's also got a hooked bill, and that is enabling it to be able to tear into meat. So this one doesn't have feathers all the way down the bottom of its legs, which would mean that it's not a true eagle, because eagles have feathers all the way down the bottom of their legs. So, what are we looking at here, folks? And that is obviously why the squirrel is alarm calling as well. You can hear him alarm calling. We heard him earlier, and I was of the opinion that he was alarm calling because they spotted this bird a little bit earlier and then they lost it. And I said to them, the bird is still around. That squirrel is telling us so. So you see how the other animals often tell us what's going on around them. Now, if we look at that bill, it's a little bit black. It doesn't have any yellow on it until the cere, which is further up. So it's quite a clear marking on that bill. The eye seems typically black. And we've got brown and white markings on the wings. So, are you going to assist me in telling me what this bird is? Get your bird books out. Come on, folks. And look at all the traits that we're seeing here. A rather long tail. So the tail is not short and stubby or cut off. Without feathers all the way down the legs, and they're yellow. It's also a good indicator. And then those talons look to be black as well. So, which bird are we looking at? If it's a juvenile, it can have a few different colors. RC, I think you've gone straight to the correct answer. A juvenile African harrier-hawk. Another name for that, a lamachai, or the Gymnogen. Fantastic. So we've got a Gymnogen that's just made a kill here, and Gymnogen have got what do you call it, an adaptation with their legs that they can bend them the other way. So they often go to nests that are small holes in the tree, and they can bend their legs in the other way so that they can reach down and grab little chicks or eggs or whatever down on the inside of the nest. White mane, I don't think it's a brown snake eagle. A brown snake eagle often has that very boxy head. Now, and they're a lot more sort of like square birds. A lot more square. This one is a lot more elongated, and I'm pretty sure we have the answer with an African, the Gymnogen, the lamachai.
Here at WildEarth, we want you to learn as much about the wild as possible. Sadly, we can't answer all the questions on Safari Live, so So we've come up with a new way to solve the problem.
I love answering your questions, and now I have the chance to answer even more. Sign up to be a WildEarth explorer, and you can join me on July the 6th after the Sunset Safari here at the beautiful Amakhala Game Reserve. Have your questions ready.
WildEarth Explorers. It's in your nature.
Hi, I am David. I come to you live from the Mana Triangle, all the way from Kenya.
This is not a postcard. This is real. Sunrise in the beautiful Masai Mara.
So the African harrier-hawk. Gymnogen. There he goes. And I bet you would also see that typical flight pattern of theirs as well. And they've got a particular call too. So that's a wonderful, wonderful sighting. Thank you, Tammy. Thank you to the Gymnogen. And sorry for Mr. Frog. He is no more. Right. Now, let's head on back to the guys out on the move. Cedric, how's your drive going?
Now, that is a wonderful sighting. A Gymnogen African harrier-hawk catching a frog and eating a frog. That is definitely a phenomenal sighting, that. Well, as you can see, we're on one of the main roads here, and we've got a beautiful herd of impalas that's just moving through the area, heading in a southerly direction. And they're still just off from Chitwa property. And as you can see, it's quite a few, loads and loads of females. Of course, now they're all very much pregnant, and they should be dropping, most of the females should be dropping their lambs at the end of November. So, of course, the rutting season has finished about a month and a half ago. And, of course, now these females are just moving through. And that's why the impalas are so successful, because they drop their lambs pretty much all together. So you're looking at, in a week period, they'll have their young ones, and it's safety in numbers. So the more young ones that you have around, the more bigger and better chance of survival. Safety in numbers is very much an important thing in the prey species. So it just helps them to kind of have a better chance to get to adulthood. But yes, in these big harems, of course, one male controls lots and lots of females. Sometimes it could only be 3 or 4 females. Sometimes it can get up to 60, 70 females in these harems. And it can get to a proper size. So these are our most common antelopes that we do have here in the Greater Kruger Park. They reckon there's around about 350 to 400,000 of them in the entire park. And that's a rough estimate, but that's the numbers that I was told. Very difficult to see at the moment, but that's why if you look at the bottom, but you can't see now because the grass is a little bit high, but with that black, they've got that black little tuft at the back of their legs, like right at the bottom of the back legs, and it's pretty much known as a metatarsal gland. So one of the only antelopes that do have those little black tufts. So what it does, it lets off a little bit of like a pheromone, and then it gives the other impalas the idea and the status of that individual. And if they are fleeing away from predators, they will let that pheromone work, and of course they will know exactly direction and where to flee off to. As you can see, the big male in the background there, just coming through, just herding his huge harem together.
Here on WildEarth, we love it when you interact with our guides while they are live. In order to do this, you must head over to wildearth.tv/questions and submit your questions, comments, and suggestions. Simple as that. And to make it even simpler, from time to time, you will see a QR code on your screen. Open your camera phone and scan this code, and it will take you straight to where you need to be. We look forward to answering your questions on this channel. Here at WildEarth, we promised great monthly prizes for our explorers, and this month is no exception. If you join our club before the 10th of July, then you stand a chance to win a fabulous Safari Guide online course brought to you by Bushwise Field Guides. They specialize in accredited safari guide training with courses tailored for the African safari larger industry. Sign up to be a WildEarth explorer today and don't miss out on this life-changing opportunity.
As we were also talking about collective nouns with, I think it was Ralph, was talking about collective nouns on animals. I think it was, we were talking about it yesterday. I was saying, I heard of impalas. Everyone thinks of these impalas as the McDonald's of the bush. And I thought, well, I heard of impalas, we'll call it a franchise of impalas. But anyway, while we take a look here, let's head over to Tess, as she wants to say good afternoon to everybody.
I mean, the Impalas have the right idea. The franchise is moving to the shade, so I like it. It's a good one, Sid. Only you would come up with something like that. Thank you for making my day already. Hello, everybody. Hi, good afternoon. How are you? My name is Tess. I'm going to be your naturalist on safari here for the afternoon on Wendy, of course. And behind the camera today is Johan. And we have started our day at Buffelshoek Dam. And we're going to do exactly what the franchise is doing just now. We're going to start moving towards the shade. I severely miscalculated the weather. And I'm very hot. So I feel like what I should actually be doing is taking after the pod of hippos, since we're talking collective nouns, and I should be in the water because I'm such a water baby. Probably not the safest idea, and definitely not something you want to do unless you absolutely have to, considering, you know, not just the hippos and potential crocodiles, but also bacteria and things in the water. But yes, a good swim sounds amazing. There is a hippo here. He's kind of popping up every now and then. We've also been doing some birding. Oh, I feel like he's about to drop under. We've been doing a bit of birding. There's been a pied kingfisher and a few other birds around. And so we figured we'd start our afternoon up at Buffelshoek Dam. And then from here, we're going to go and have a look for Tlalamba. We found some tracks for her this morning towards the end of drive. So we're going to go and have a look if we can find out where she's gone. And then maybe we'll bumble around a bit further south. But for now, we're just enjoying the tranquility of the dam and Sir Hippo that has popped his head out the water. Isn't he gorgeous? Now, the lifesaver, you can see there's a bit of a breeze. Have a look at those ripples on the water around him. That breeze is keeping us going at the moment because we're in the full sun on the dam wall. Zeeboard, yes, there are certainly quite a few fish. Oh, there's elephants coming in, Johan. Yay! I'm so happy with this decision now. But Zeeboard, yes, to get back to your question, there are certainly fish in this dam. You would find things like catfish would probably be the most common, but there's actually about 50 different fish species that you can find in this section of the Greater Kruger National Park. So any number of them might be here. That includes things like bream, tilapia, you know, quite a bunch of things, really. It's a very popular dam for fish. Oh, yay. So you can see she's approaching the water quite carefully. The whole, oh, tiny calf following. And it's that typical elephant excitement. She's making sure that it's safe, and then everyone's going to run at the water, as only elephants can. Well, this is a perfect opportunity. There are two calves together, both tiny, then two slightly older ones, and one kind of medium. Perfect opportunity to try and guess the ages of these elephants. Let's just have a listen first while we're here, because they are making a splash. Look at that little one trying to use its trunk. That was impressive. It actually got some water in, I think. But I think this is a perfect example of keeping it in the family. It looks like an older female, maybe a very old daughter or sister of hers, and then their calves all similarly aged.
It's time to put your feet up after a long week. WildEarth invites you to unwind with a weekend at the Waterhole, our life source of the bush, home to so much joy and danger. Join us on the 9th and 10th of July to get your wildlife refill broadcasted to you live all weekend at the Waterhole. WildEarth's weekend at the Waterhole is going to be epic, and we want to make sure that you are kitted out for the occasion. We've launched some wonderful merchandise just for you. Are you a dam cam lover? Find these and more on our website. So get your snacks ready, put your feet up, and join us for a weekend at the Waterhole.
This is 100% a learning experience for that little one. Mary, it is really cute, isn't it? I love that those two calves are so similarly aged. I think that's absolutely brilliant. Imagine how much fun it would be to be a tiny elephant calf learning how to use this thing that's attached to your face. But luckily you've got somebody to share the burden with because they're the same age. And those two are literally, they look almost identical. Now, it is a possibility that they might be twins. This is always a possibility. Elephants can have twins. It has happened. But I think it's more likely that they're just sticking together because they're of a similar age. And the two big females would be the two mothers because they've both got quite decent mammary glands. But it sounds like Ralph has got a Gymnogen or an African harrier-hawk on the hunt. So while I watch the elephants disappear, let's go have a look.
Well, this Gymnogen is exhibiting the exact behavior that I was describing earlier. It's going looking for little chicks in nests. Now, there comes a woodpecker. Obviously not going to be very happy. That looks like a golden woodpecker. And going to be quite distressed with this Gymnogen there. It's in the tree to the right of the tree with the parrot's nest. And that could be its next place of interest. But for now, the parrots are safe, but this Gymnogen's in close proximity to there, and it's looking for nests. So you might find some birds coming down and starting to mob it. Now, just a little bit earlier, in my excitement of identifying this bird, I said it's a lamachai, and that's incorrect. A lamachai is reserved for the bearded vulture, which you find down in Lesotho and the areas surrounding Lesotho. So lamachai was given to those birds because of their knack for taking little lambs. But this is not the same bird in any way whatsoever. This is the Gymnogen, or the African hawk eagle. The harrier-hawk, pardon. Sam, yes, the golden colors, and I think that's as a result of the sort of late afternoonish, and that golden woodpecker there, definitely not happy with this bird of prey in the area. They are renowned for going after nests and getting chicks and eggs and whatever they can find inside there. Although that woodpecker now seems to be carrying on looking for food himself. So I think the ones that are going to be a little bit concerned highly concerned are the brown-headed parrots in the tree opposite this one. So let's hope for their sake that this harrier-hawk does not go over into the tree next to it. But it's definitely on a hunting mission. That frog wasn't enough. The squirrel was not happy at all either, because this bird was in its tree. Well, he thinks it's its tree. The harrier-hawk couldn't care less for the squirrel. If he's not careful, he'll also land up as a meal. This is a juvenile, however. They do get very striking colours later, but it is almost fully grown, so maybe the next molt will be into its adult colours, which is very striking grey and black. Beautiful primary feathers there. See, hunting all the way up. It's looking for cavities where there may be little babies. Caroline, it pretty much will eat anything that is alive, but it's looking more for lizards, snakes, and that's half the reason why they don't have any feathers on the bottom of their legs there, as well as chicks and birds in nests. So primarily looking for nests, but could come across anything reptile-wise as well. So birds and reptiles, that's its chosen foods.
So it's the weekend, and what better way to spend a day than sat near one of these wonderful waterholes?
So get yourself some snacks and a hat and come and join us for the weekend at a watering hole.
So for the days the 9th and the 10th of July, our teams here at WildEarth from across Southern Africa are going to be spending quality time at a number of waterholes.
We will see you there.
See you there.
If you would like to be a part of the team that shares the wildebeest migration in Kenya live on WildEarth, then we have some great news for you. There are a few places left to join our expeditions in August and September this year. You'll be staying in an exclusive tented camp with ensuite bedrooms nestled in the riverine woodlands of the Lilac River. Head over to our website to book your bucket list experience today. WildEarth Expeditions. Travel with purpose.
Jason, yes, the movement, very fascinating indeed. And as I say, very well adapted to this exact kind of hunting method, moving up and down the branches and getting those legs into small cavities and being able to stick them in there and still grab and then pull whatever is inside out. So he's definitely hunting now, trying to find something that's holding prey on the inside. Has worked this tree pretty well. Might look at going into the tree next to it, and that's when the parrots are going to be in trouble. Scanning the whole length of this tree. Beautiful bird. All right, so let's hope that the parrots survive, especially if there's any eggs or chicks in that little nest, which I am pretty sure there is. And while I sit here and wait and watch and hope for those parrots, let's send you on over for the meantime to Cedric.
All right, I'm still here on Gary, man. I'm still here towards the Molawati. So I'm going to go quickly through this Molawati. It's like 2 seconds. Sometimes the frames go a little bit funny, but it's just 2 seconds and I'm through here. But I'm still looking for my reps. Just hold on. through here, go to Twin Dams again. All right. So this is exactly where they still said it was coming. But yeah, as we're going to still continue searching and just I want to definitely comb through this area properly, let's head over to Lauren as she wants to say good afternoon to everybody.
Good afternoon, everyone. What a way to start the afternoon drive from us here at Amakhala Game Reserve in the Eastern Cape with 2 black-backed jackals. Now they're on the move, so if they do go behind this thicket, they will pop back out again. But I believe lionesses could potentially be in the area with the bamba, so I think that's why these jackals are here. Good afternoon, my name is Lauren, and I do have Davy on camera once again. And look at the skies. I was not enjoying the overcast conditions. I really don't like low light. So thank you, universe, for providing nice blue skies. Now come on, jackals. Show us where the lions are. We have quite a few missions for this afternoon. Not sure if we'll manage to succeed in all of them, but let's just take it as it comes and see if we do. I think jackals are so common here that not everyone gets as excited about them as I do, but I really do. Because you don't see them too much in the Sabi Sands. I have seen both species, side-striped and black-backed in the sands. Black-backed are more common, and you normally tend to see them around Triple M, near the gate area. Hey there, you're saying blue skies can only mean one thing. Action, action, action. I'm hoping for that, yes. Although we did have cheetah this morning. I'm not complaining. But they were also feeling a little bit miserable, I think. Oh, when the weather's like that, everything hides. Of course. I just have a funny feeling these guys are actually going to take us where we want to go. Jackals have no fear of lions, and that's what I love about them.
Here at WildEarth, we want you to learn as much about the wild as possible. Sadly, we can't answer all the questions on Safari Live, so we've come up with a new way to solve the problem.
I love answering your questions, and now I have the chance to answer even more. Sign up to be a WildEarth explorer, and you can join me on July the 6th after the Sunset Safari here at the beautiful Amakhala Game Reserve. Have your questions ready.
WildEarth Explorers, it's in your nature. The Masai Mara in Kenya, a remote landscape where wilderness reigns. Its inspirational beauty captivates the hearts of many around the world. This year, from August, WildEarth is leading a number of unique expeditions to follow Africa's greatest wildebeest migration here in the Masai Mara. And now, the remaining places have been discounted by 20%. Head over to our website to find out.
It's that coloration. And of course, they do hunt, but they also scavenge. Nan, you're saying you love jackals. Me too. It's nice to see canids, you know, because we spend so much time with the felids. It's nice to spend time with the canids, wild dogs, jackals, barrier foxes that we didn't get this morning. It's moving quite far away now. I think we should try and go up ahead. But there are signs that these lionesses are in the area. The 2 that we had the other night. Are you ready to bumble a bit, Dov? Yes. Okay, let's do this. And don't forget, everyone, tonight is my Ask Me Anything. I think James, Trishala, Tristan have all done one. But it's now my turn tonight. And it will take place inside the tented camp that we are staying, which is beautiful. So please do join and please do ask your questions. Make them nice and don't make them too difficult. But I'm really, really looking forward to it. And please prepare some for Davy too. He's not getting out of this scot-free. Okay, Okay, now I've completely lost visual of the jackals. Hopefully we can find these lionesses. Well, last night we saw them, yes, and the two females took down a black wildebeest, which is fascinating because it's exactly what they were looking at in this vast open area, which is interesting. Okay, we're going to try and relocate the jackals and then relocate the lions, but we're going to send you over to Cedric, who's doing some birding.
Once again, you know what I said this morning? As soon as I think the birds around here know when we go live that they decide to fly off every single time. But we had a Lilac-breasted rolling frame right here. Well, it's gone there. So let's see if we can get it that side. Hopefully it doesn't fly away while we are on there. Let's see if we can get it up and framed up. Oh, dear. Stay there. Be a good birdie. Be a good birdie, please. Beautiful lilac-breasted roller. I mean, what is a game drive without a lilac-breasted roller? It is such beautiful colors, always posing right on top of the branches like a flower with those colors, and I'm trying to attract any little insects. And there's definitely always a photographer's dream to get a lilac-breasted roller framed up and in their viewfinders. It's got a beautiful lilac breast and that lovely like bluish color a little bit further down, and that white front or white top just above its beak on the front of its head. And of course right on top of the, we can't see it now, but right on top of its head, and also going, stretching and down the neck a little bit, there's got a kind of a almost like a sea green color. Oh, there it goes. So yeah, it's one of the birds that, of course, Joyce says definitely they have got wonderful eyebrows as well. Very, very nice. That's why they're so pretty. And I think that's why it's such a photographer's dream, because it's always sitting on top. And the colors and those little eyebrows and that electric blue when it flies. But the sun was just not right for us at that point in time. But anyway, that was pretty to see. Nice to see. I'm still at Twin Dams. I am still scanning the area for... oh, sorry, I'll just see what the... No, don't worry. Let's look at those lilac-breasted riders that went further into the dip there. I thought they were going to kind of perform for us there. I'm still scanning the area around here, but I don't see any tracks coming. I think maybe my reps is still south of Gary Man, still there towards Baboon Pan. So I shall continue.
We want to make it even easier for you to interact with our guides whilst watching WildEarth. When you see a QR code like this pop up on your screen, then open your phone camera, point it at the code, and you will be taken directly to our question page. Simple as that. Then you can let us know what you want to see, ask questions, and much more.
I've had it before where I've been walking and the waterbuck's jumped out of the grass. It's quite a frightening experience.
WildEarth, it's in your nature.
What a nice start for the sunset drive. Jackal, elephants, a couple of bird species around. The Gymnogen, it's caught a frog. Wow, it's a nice, what a nice start to this afternoon's drive. And I think, as I said, I'm going to hang around in this area. I might go a little bit west. Maybe Shadulu might have come across as well. Just going to take a look at that side. Marip Marips lover, definitely. That's my goal as well. I really want to see Marips. I do want to find him for everybody. And as I said, he is coming into this area from this morning. He might have gone to lie down because it was quite hot today. He might have gone to lie down just south of Baboon Pan. There's a place called Yagi Pan. I know Little Gary pretty well because I used to traverse onto that area. And Yagi Pan is not far south of Baboon Pan, very, very close. So if he was there this morning and left there, coming northeast, Twin Dams, Treehouse Dam, this area. So I will definitely be keeping my eyes and ears open for any sign of that young male leopard. Sorry, I just saw something on the road, yeah. Well, we're going to continue towards the Tree Dam. Let's head over to Lauren as she's doing some birding.
Well, no lions, but we have found their dinner, or what was their dinner last night, and that is the black wildebeest carcass. It is a long-distance visual, I'm afraid, but as you know, we don't off-road here. And it's fascinating because look at the scavengers. Look at what is on that carcass. It is, from what I can see, and this is a little bit tough through my binos, but it's mostly pied crows. Oh, maybe some ravens there too. But there is a big raptor over to the left. You see it, Dove? Oh, what is going on? And the raptor looks like a fish eagle. But I'm not entirely sure it is. You're welcome to tell me if I'm right or wrong. But it does look like a fish eagle from where I'm sitting. Yeah, it definitely does. And that's why the jackal were here. And now the ravens and crows are literally just here to clean it up. You don't get vultures here. You don't get spotted hyenas. You do get brown hyenas. But really, I mean, there's hardly anything left of this carcass. Fascinating. It's such a different carcass sighting from what you would see in the Sabi Sands. I mean, Ribbon and Co. would have been on that last night and it would have been demolished. I think the lions will be tucked away in the shade, especially if they're done with the kill.
I still can't believe the amount of oxpeckers on this poor hippopotamus. It's almost more oxpecker than skin at the moment. But they do seem to be retreating now, it's heading into the water. Maybe that's what you should have done first there. Wow, they really are. That was an effective method there, hippopotamus. Well done. And oh, they go. My director is also thinking it's a fish eagle. I wish we could get closer, but never mind. I do think it is. Lots of pied crows. Ravens. I can't identify the species from this sort of long distance. But wow.
Right out in the open, do you see that? And we're not far. Oh, Jackal incoming from the left of. Let's see, this is going to be fun. You got him. So brave. That's a lot of birds. I don't know if I would be confident enough to run up to all those pied crows that are really large in size. Such a different scene. This is fascinating. We may actually sit here a little bit longer, although it's not pleasant looking at a dead black wildebeest. The activity around it is fascinating. And anytime we've seen the lions here, we see pied crows. And just like vultures, I am convinced they just follow the lions, because they know it will lead to food. Virginia, honestly, this is the first time I've seen a fish eagle at a carcass like this. I mean, as you know, I spent most of my time in Djuma and a little bit of time in the Masai Mara, and I didn't ever see a fish eagle at a carcass. Around a dam, yes. With fish, yes. Have you, Davi?
I don't think so.
Davi said he doesn't think so. It's bizarre. It's my first fish eagle of Amakhala, and it's at a carcass. And it's not getting closer. Do you see that? It's staying, even though it's larger than the pied crows, it's outnumbered. Oh my goodness, the jackal is really, really feasting. The lions will be flat cat, but no one seems to be worried about them. That's amazing. The jackal is scaring away all of these crows. They could easily overpower him, I think. But somehow here, the jackal's got the upper hand. Nature chick, I agree. Amakhala is absolutely beautiful. I recommend it to all of you. It's very easily accessible. If you are in South Africa, or even if you're coming from abroad, I really do recommend it. It's very diverse and it's completely different. You know, we're nourishing the story of Djuma with the unique flora and fauna. I didn't expect to be so lucky here and to see all these wonderful things. Some of them are firsts for me too. I think the jackals keep a close eye on the lions too, because if you just follow them, or at least know where they are on the reserve, they are going to make a kill. And it's highly likely it'll be a large kill, like the wildebeest. And then when the lions are finished, they just leave it, just like this. And there's your moment. I think a lot of animals tail lions. Honey badger, from what I can understand, there used to be vultures, but sadly within the Eastern Cape at least, I mean, all the populations of vultures across the world, I think, are decreasing, some more severely than others. But I believe within the Eastern Cape, a lot of the populations just got completely decimated through humans poisoning them. directly and indirectly. And the population's just never recovered. And they really don't get vultures here, which is sad because vultures are fantastic and they're quite integral to cleaning up. I mean, you obviously have your scavengers here, but vultures are a lot more effective and efficient. So there are lots of programs looking at helping to recover the vulture species, breeding programs. They'll sort of raise them, then release them. But they are really important, and they do have a terrible reputation. A lot of people don't like them, but I think they're awesome. And I really feel their absence here. So in answer to your question, there used to be, and through poisoning, of directly trying to get rid of the vultures by poisoning carcasses, knowing the vultures will come to kill them, and indirectly by poisoning for another reason, and of course the vultures come. Which is really sad.
We protect and reconnect nature across southern Africa. We bring countries together to care for wild spaces that stretch beyond borders. We protect and restore biodiversity. We prioritize the people living in these landscapes, enabling them to thrive in harmony with nature. We are restoring tomorrow.
There must be a fair bit of meat left in there as well, especially for an animal as small as a jackal. We might sit tight here a little bit longer, but I believe someone is waiting to say good afternoon.
Now, we've been tracking a pixie pan female and her cubs for pretty much the first bit of this afternoon. That's why we have disappeared for a bit. We'll be back now. Still haven't found her. So now we've got Morris with us, Eco Training's senior tracker, and he's going to help us. And we are right here at WildEarth. The tracks are now heading back towards the copies, and therefore we're going to continue that way and check for further tracks. My name is Chris, and with me on Cam Ops is Impala, and we've got Morris with us as well. Morris is a legend. I worked with him decades ago, 2004. So what our plan is, we're going to try and see if we can find those leopards. It's our time, I reckon so. Well, we just need to make sure that we're not missing any tracks here, but at the moment there's just a lot of baboon tracks around. There's quite a bit of elephants. That big herd that we saw yesterday came through here apparently around midday and went back a bit further south, probably towards the Ndlovu drainage. We're going to leave them for now. We're going to try and see if we can't get any fresher tracks of this leopard. So we might be on the vehicle a bit, off the vehicle, on the vehicle, all depends where the tracks lead us. Morris is keen to head back to the copies because there was tracks of her entering the copies with the cubs and coming out again, and now the tracks are heading back there, and it's good tracks. It looks like from late morning. Morris is very keen. He says we need to get onto those tracks ASAP, so he's gonna climb off and work the area on foot around that copy. The reason why we're not doing it with leopards, if you want to track them, you want to track them to view them. And on foot, one person, an experienced tracker, is a much better idea than myself and him with all our gear and stuff. We're just going to chase the leopard, you know. So you want to be smooth, quiet, not talking, all these things. And we won't always be able to do that. So Morris has opted, and he's an even better tracker than me, far better than me. So he's going to go there. And during that time, we will move around a bit. Maybe we can try and find that big herd of elephants while Morris is working his magic. But yeah, Morris is checking that side. He's also nodding, says there's nothing there. So perhaps we should head back to the koppies and explore further there. Oh, well, I have found a shell. There's a snail. I think it might still be somewhat alive. Giant African land snail. A little out of season. It's definitely got some weight to it. And they've got that sort of, I can't really see it, but there's that lid that closes it. And I'm not sure if it's the same with land snails, but I know they're big sea snails. The periwinkles, they've got what we refer to as an operculum. I can't remember if these snails also have it, but they definitely have a, looks like almost like a membrane mucus-like substance that has sealed it and it's crept into its shell, but it's got weight. Could very well be alive, I don't know. So let's put it back where we found it. My worry is that this is on a road. So I'm going to put it here in the shade, and I'm sure it will move towards where he's going to probably hibernate. Anyway, it sounds like Lauren's got quite a... Rolf, my apologies. He's having quite a good time at Mashatu, so let's go and find out.
Thanks, Chris. Yes, those African or giant African land snails are always very interesting. I always used to laugh when, after the rains, you would see these pile of dirt just moving around, because obviously they bury themselves, and then when it rains, they come out and start moving around, but often they still have a big pile of dirt on top of them. So it literally just looked like a moving pile of dirt. Well, it's not the time of the year right now where we should be getting lots of rain and then coming out, so he's quite right in the assumption that it's out of season. And what is in season is Impala and then ratting. Now, there's been quite a bit of activity here next to the Waterhole. I'm going to just zoom in a little bit. There's been a lot of them come down to drink. This is still sort of just the stragglers that are hanging around now. And there was also some giraffe and elephants earlier too. Our Gymnogen in Juma eventually flew off, and so the parrots have survived another day, and that's the nest that they have in the tree opposite that the Gymnogen was in.
If you would like to be a part of the team that shares the wildebeest migration in Kenya live on WildEarth, then we have some great news for you. There are a few places left to join our expeditions in August and September this year. You'll be staying in an exclusive tented camp with ensuite bedrooms nestled in the riverine woodlands of the Talek River. Head over to our website to book your bucket list experience today. WildEarth Expeditions. Travel with purpose. Here at WildEarth, we want you to learn as much about the wild as possible. Sadly, we can't answer all the questions on Safari Live, so we've come up with a new way to solve the problem.
I love answering your questions, and now I have the chance to answer even more. Sign up to be a WildEarth explorer, and you can join me on July the 6th after the Sunset Safari here at the beautiful Amakhala Game Reserve. Have your questions ready.
WildEarth Explorers. It's in your nature.
Lovely to watch the Impala coming down in quite large numbers, and later when we get to go to Okukuyu, we will see very large numbers of springbok, zebra, oryx or gemsbok, elephants and all sorts. So really looking forward to heading on over there as well for the different animals and scenery that is going to be on show. Looks like there's something happening in the water here. I'm just going to zoom out a little bit. Whoops, I went the wrong way. Sorry about that. Let's zoom out, not in. There. Sonia, I don't believe that the hyenas are gone per se. They just, with the heat like this, they're probably lying up in the shade next to where that carcass was on the right-hand side of this waterhole from where we are positioned. They were still swimming this morning. It wasn't like yesterday, the chaos that ensued then, but it was still a bit of a show this morning. And then we had all the guinea fowl also putting on a wonderful show, coming down in their numbers. As always, the animals are quite skittish next to the water. Okay, well, I wonder what the rest of the afternoon holds for us, but we're not going to go anywhere. We're staying right here and going to watch it all come in. I'm going to head you off down now to Cedric, who's off the vehicle.
Yes, I'm sitting here on Philemon's Katlan, and beautiful little area this. But anyway, on top of that, I'm just going to show you quickly, we do have a midden, and this is a rhino midden, a white rhino midden. And why I say first a white rhino, you can see all the grass inside of a white rhino's dung. So of course, if it's a black rhino, you'll find very much branches cut at like a 45-degree angle, and you'll also find leaves as they are browsers. But the white rhino, it eats just primarily grass, and it's all pretty much scattered around here. But it's only the male that makes the midden, so that's a territorial marking of a white rhino. So what the male will do, he'll have middens all over in his territory. So the male white rhino will come into this area, and he'll do his business, he'll defecate on here, and he'll use his hind legs, and he'll actually kick this the dung itself, kick it around and make it a nice big heap. And of course he'll keep on doing it at all his middens, and when he comes back again he'll do the same thing. And what happens then, if there's a female rhino that's in heat, and if she comes into the area and she sees this midden, what she'll do her business on the side like this. You can see the dung that has not been kicked around, and of course what she does, she'll do her business here. That's if she's in heat, and off she goes. So when the male does his turn again, his rounds to all these middens, he'll come here and he'll pick up on the scent of a female that's just defecated on his midden. And then of course what he's going to do, he is going to go and track her down to try and find her. So that's one way of them communicating and making sure that the male knows that there is a female that's in heat that's around his territory. Also, there's also the less dominant male. So if it's not a territorial male and it's a submissive male, he will do his business as well on the side. And of course he won't kick it around, and of course it's not showing that that male is actually competing for a territory. Anyway, while we're going to continue, let's head back to Lauren as she's got some jackal.
Another jackal is on the scene. It was fascinating seeing its arrival. It was very submissive. Similar sort of behavior almost to a hyena when they put their tail right down and act incredibly submissive to the other. Almost as if asking permission, can I come, can I join, please? And then clearly it got permission to join, and look at the tails. There's a lot of happiness. It was definitely a fish eagle, by the way. I got a good view of it. Pied crows everywhere. I keep scanning around, hoping my brown hyena's just going to appear on the scene. But it is quite warm.
Here at WildEarth, we promised great monthly prizes for our explorers, and this month is no exception. If you join our club before the 10th of July, then you stand a chance to win a fabulous Safari Guide online course brought to you by Bushwise Field Guides. They specialize in accredited safari guide training with courses tailored for the African safari large industry. Sign up to be a WildEarth explorer today and don't miss out on this life-changing opportunity. It's time to put your feet up after a long week. WildEarth invites you to unwind with a weekend at the Waterhole, our life source of the bush, home to so much joy and danger. Join us on the 9th and 10th of July to get your wildlife refill broadcasted to you live all weekend at the Waterhole.
Madison, jackals are social, absolutely. And they are monogamous. And they're one of the sort of few mammals, if you like, that are said to be quite truly monogamous. Mammals, it's not very common for a lifetime pair bond. Birds, yes, not so much mammals. And jackals, you will often find in pairs. That's the most common way to find jackals. However, you will often find a lot of them together. They are highly social and they can live in sort of extended family groups. So I think the correct word would be packs, extended packs. Nothing like a hyena clan, nothing as complex as that. I don't even think it's as complex as a wild dog pack, but they do live in extended family groups. And family is the key word there, where sort of pups from the previous litter will stay with the parents and assist them with raising the next litter. So maybe it's not too unlike wild dogs. They are known to also regurgitate food for pups, just like wild dogs do. But I often just see the two of them together in sort of their pair bond, one male, one female, often just hanging out. Baby hyena, you're saying cute helicopter tails. Just like a hippo's, but much cuter, huh? And not the same, well, not doing the same function. Helicopter tails, that is going to stick. That is officially the new terminology. When a hippo does it, well, stuff is coming out the other side. Are we just down to one jackal again?
No, the other one's just flat on the left.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, to be honest, it could be an optical illusion, because I think possibly this could be very much empty inside. We can't get any closer, which is a little bit unfortunate, just to see exactly how much they have eaten. They could also be very flat in one of the sort of shrubs nearby, and they may wake up at any point. But this could just be a hollow shell, if you like. And the jackals are just going and scraping the last little bits off the bone. I think that's actually possible, seeing how far the jackals are going inside. But it's difficult to tell, so I'm not sure. It would be unusual for lions to leave so much of a kill. But it is just two lionesses, remember. They're not a huge pride. They don't have cubs right now. So they may return, I don't know. I didn't intend on staying here so long, but it's just really fascinating. And those lionesses that we saw last night in the rain, in the cold, they were obviously successful. I just feel like as it cools down, we might get more activity. Michelle, I believe so. It's definitely the only species that I've seen. I'm really not sure if they do get side-striped here, but I shall check. I think it might only be the black-backed. They are more common. But I will check that for you. They do look quite different. They do have a slightly different sort of pattern on the side. And the tails are different. They're a real giveaway when determining between the two species. One is black, one is white. But otherwise, they can look very similar, especially from a distance. They're very similar in size, so you could get them confused.
WildEarth's weekend at the Waterhole is going to be epic, and we want to make sure that you are kitted out for the occasion. We've launched some wonderful merchandise just for you. Are you a dam cam lover? Find these and more on our website. So get your snacks ready, put your feet up, and join us for a weekend at the Waterhole.
So it's the weekend, and what better way to spend a day than sat near one of these wonderful waterholes?
So get yourself some snacks and a hat and come and join us for the weekend at a watering hole.
So for the days the 9th and the 10th of July, our teams here at WildEarth from across Southern Africa are going to be spending quality time at a number of waterholes.
We will see you there.
See you there.
What an active area. You know, it's something I need to work on as well, just stopping a lot more often. And just because you can see really far here, just getting out the binos and just scanning. Just in front of that jackal to the left of, if you look just in front of him, closer to us, and then a little bit more left, there's a yellow mongoose just upright on its hind leg, just staring at them. You got him? No, it's maybe a little bit too far away. Okay, we're going to sit here just a tad longer, and we're going to send you guys over to Tessa, who's on a search.
Argue with that logic at all, Lauren. I love it. Being able to sit and appreciate some of the different sightings, some of the smaller ones, it's really where all of the best observations come from. So definitely a good pastime to have if you're a guide. I am on Drakensberg Road. Now I've done a bit of a loop. So I started at Buffelshoek Dam. I then went down Hippo Pools, then down towards Nyala Road south from Central Road, and we found beautiful fresh tracks of Tlalamba and both the cubs on Nyala Road south, going towards that favorite little pan system. And so that is where we've been concentrating our search. But for now, it seems like the tracks have disappeared into the drainage line that comes off one of the tributaries that comes off the Mulawati. There's no tracks on Battalier Road, so now we're doing the little stretch on Drakensberg back towards Mamba, just in case she has crossed south and I've missed the tracks. But the tracks are so fresh. There's not a thing on top of them. They're still crisp. You could see where they were playing in the road. And unfortunately, where we had them, we couldn't show you because we didn't have signal. So Wendy's been struggling a bit today with the signal, but that's all right. It's all right. Me and Wendy together. Igor was saying on Penguin Beach earlier that he wants to know who the drama llama is on the safari team, because I know it's definitely Igor at Penguin Beach, 100%, in the best possible way though. For Safari Live, I would reckon the drama llama would be myself and Wendy. It's a competition to see who can be the most dramatic, but not in an overly dramatic, horrible way, in like a sassy, tongue-in-cheek, fun way. I will take that title. And in fact, when we heard that Eagle wanted to know who it was, Johan immediately pointed at me as like, did you know?
And I met you last night.
Oh, last night already. Ooh. Patrick, what a question. That's fantastic. Goals for the next few drives. One of them, Tlalamba and cubs, because the last time I saw them was ages back and they're growing so fast. And I was sitting in Johannesburg when Tlalamba's male cub took down that duiker and lost it twice and then tried, and then Tlalamba came in. So I have to see that. You know, I have to catch up with the royal family of Djuma. But probably one of my main drives is to head over and one of my main goals on drives, there you go, that's the one, English, Tessa Jade, English, would be to go past the hyena den, because obviously I was in Johannesburg when the cubs were named. I had a very big part in that, and I haven't seen them since. And we went past this morning and no one was there except for Ntima, and she was disappearing already into the bush. So I want to go and see the cubs and actually see, you know, from me making up my ID kits and putting together names, I want to see if I can actually identify them with their names instead of just knowing that's that one, that's that one, that's that one. But now I've got to put the names to the faces, if that makes sense. So I'd love to go and catch up with them. I want to see a big herd of buffaloes because I heard there've been a few around. But most importantly, Patrick, the most important thing for me to do on drives, goals to have in the next few days, is just soak it in. You don't realize how amazing the bush is until you're not here. And being away for a month feels like being away for a year. So I have loved this morning and this afternoon, literally just driving really slowly, taking in the greenery, taking in the tracks, taking in the smells and the sounds, and just appreciating it for myself, because it's really important to do that sometimes. Thank you, Patrick.
WildEarth have really inspired me to return to South Africa after having followed so many beautiful characters. This Ticket to Dream has given me a great opportunity to meet the WildEarth team, which I thank. They're all amazing. I love all of the characters, but I do have a particular passion for leopards. It's a dream, and as I said before, I just keep on pinching myself. Am I really here?
So thick. How on earth do we look for a leopard there? Looks like there are some old trucks here. Yes, I did, but actually I didn't get them in Joburg. So my leopard print outfits are 100% expanding, and in fact I'm very grateful because the leopard print jacket that I already have, it's actually in my room at the moment, but the same company has expanded their animal print range. So there's zebra print now, and there's different colors. There's black, there's snow leopard, which is black and white, and then there's a creamy, so it's called safari leopard, which is obviously my new thing. So that's this one. This is how it looks, isn't it amazing? Comes in a little baggie, squeezes up. This is a full sleeveless jacket. I've also got the green one, which I was wearing this morning, a little bit more formal, you know, less pizzazz. But I've also got a new long one, and it's really cool because it's reversible. So if I just want like a pop of leopard print, then it's on the inside of my collar, and if I roll up my sleeve, and then it's just, you know, khaki. But if I want to go full leopard and bring out the sassy Cara inside me, then I can wear it leopard print way out. So yes, I did expand my leopard print. I've also got some new leopard print socks. I'm not wearing them today, however, but I will wear them for you tomorrow. They're very nice. They were given to me by a friend, though. Amazing. All right, so my plan, everybody, just to keep you updated from the drama llama of Djuma. Ooh, I like that. That's got a ring to it. Johan likes it too. He knew last night already, apparently, that I'm the drama llama, just from meeting me for one night. I'm heading to Chitwa. I want to go and have a look at the lions. Then I'm going to come back and go back to the area where I had Columbus tracks, because you know what I'm like. I don't like to push an animal. So if I've looked and I've looked and I've looked, they don't want to be seen. They're there, but they don't want to be seen. That's absolutely fine. I'm not going to go and bombard my way in there and force them to be seen. So I'm going to go enjoy the lions, and I'm going to come back, and hopefully that rewards me with a bit of patience and giving them some space. And maybe I'll get lucky there. But it's quite exciting, don't you think? It's so good to be back. It was actually a lot of fun in Johannesburg. So obviously I met the whole team because I went to head office, I went to MC, mission control, and I met the voices that are usually in my ear. It was fantastic. And then, of course, worked on the waterholes and things like that. Wrote some handbooks, did some really, I was very productive actually. But awesome to see that side of everything because, you know, we form such a relationship with the people that are in our ear. And we see them on calls, you know, video calls, team meetings. But to actually meet them, you know, like you hug someone and it feels like you've known them your whole life and it's actually your first time meeting them in person. And that's what we're like. That's the family that we have. Isn't it brilliant? Absolutely stunning. So yes, it was an absolutely brilliant adventure. Very cold, much colder than here. Wow. If you people thought I was dramatic here when it's cold with my 500 layers, you should have seen me. Jarrett in my ear can vouch for that. But yes, also got to spend some time afterwards with my family. And now we're officially on Chitwa. So it really has been absolutely fantastic.
We know that there's nothing worse than just as your favorite leopard is about to catch his first meal in 3 days, you are on the edge of your seat and up pops an advert. But we want to let you know that we hear you. You can watch WildEarth without the ads. Sign up to be an explorer and watch the channel on the WildEarth website completely ad-free. Head over to our Explorer page to find out more. Here on WildEarth, we love it when you interact with our guides while they are live. In order to do this, you must head over to wildearth.tv/questions and submit your questions, comments, and suggestions. Simple as that. And to make it even simpler, from time to time, you will see a QR code on your screen. Open your camera phone and scan this code, and it will take you straight to where you need to be. We look forward to answering your questions on this channel.
Wow, he is massive. So this great, big, beautiful elephant bull is on Chitwa, just south of JC Brink Pan, and we're headed towards Chitwa Dam. And he got a fright. It was either a starling or a fork-tailed drongo kind of popped up right next to him, and it kind of made him jump and turn a bit. But he's very relaxed, as big as he is. Very relaxed, and he's had a lovely mud bath, probably at JC Brink Pan. So he's just having the best time in the sun. Have a look at that. Nice and patchy, muddy, wet. Now, I've been trying to smell if he's in must, but I don't smell anything. It's tough to tell if he's got any liquids coming out of his temporal gland because he splashed himself, but it doesn't look like it. There's no previous staining there. But of course, he's also sprayed his back legs, which means I can't see if he's dripping anything. But the slight view that we got earlier didn't look like he was in must, and he is very relaxed with us. We're literally a few meters away from him. He came around the corner and he was in the road. Wow. He is brilliant. Let me just pop in. Peter, yeah, can I respond to that sighting, please? Thank you. Ella, you are 10 years old. It's a very good question. And in fact, elephants have wrinkles from the time that they are born. So it's not like they get more wrinkles. In fact, I think baby elephants almost look a little bit more wrinkly than the adults, and definitely more hairy. So they're kind of born with the folds in their skin because they needed to keep themselves cool. The things that you will see that are bigger on or more prominent on an older elephant, Ella, would be things like, can you see on his head there where it's kind of started to sink in above his eye? So just above his temples, the top of his head starting to sink in. That becomes more pronounced as elephants get older. They lose a lot of their body hair, so they actually look a little bit balder than a baby elephant, especially on the top of the head. Their ears become very tattered, so you can see he's got a few holes in his ears. They're starting to droop a little bit, very flowy on the ends, like ribbon. So things like that you can see. And then, of course, also, you know, you can look at things like the amount of scars they have or old injuries. the wideness of the head. Those are the kinds of things that would really change in an elephant as it gets older. But the wrinkles, unfortunately for elephants, are always there. But it's actually a good thing, so I'm sure they enjoy it. Can you imagine how good he feels having packed those wrinkles full of nice wet mud, water? They're going to stay wet for a while, and it's going to keep him cool on such a hot day. Vital to an elephant's survival. Oh, his tusks are filthy as well. So muddy. Look at that. Brilliant. So he's feeding around the base of the termite mound, picking up that really nice, nutritious grass from all that recycled nutrient. Well, we're going to leave him to carry on with his adventure of feeding and send you over to Lauren, who's got some jackal action. I am heading towards the lions.
Wrinkles. My least favorite topic. Let's not go down that road. Now, we have just stayed here because to the south, monkeys were alarming. And it's the vervet monkeys that we actually saw earlier, and they were alarming at something, which made me think it's the lions. So we thought, let's just stay put in case, well, the lions pop out, but nothing so far. 2 jackals have disappeared. There were 3. They've obviously got their fill. And they're now on another mission. But one has just stayed. This must be the hungriest one. Oh, you've just lost your space, Jackal. Ah, you see, that's a white-necked raven on top. You see the one that's bigger than them all and got a sort of much bigger top beak? That's a white-necked raven in amongst the pied crows. It's just madness. Lily-pan, that's a tough one. I think it would be very much sort of area dependent, if that makes sense. Depends on where you find them. They do both. So they hunt and they scavenge. Sort of just like hyenas. But if you think of the hyena statistics that they provide, I don't know how accurate this is, but they say they hunt in the Masai Mara between 80 to 90% of the time and only scavenge the remaining. Whereas in an area like the Sabi Sands, due to the really high density of predators, they tend to scavenge a little bit more, and the percentage is said to be 50-50. So they are known to be a scavenger. Chiefly, they are scavengers, if you like. They will absolutely scavenge anything they can. But they will also hunt all sorts of small things, from alates, termites. It's still hunting. I mean, it's not the most impressive hunt you've ever seen. But even alates is still hunting. Lizards, rodents, frogs. It's still a hunt, if that makes sense. So even a scrub hare or 2. But I think chiefly they are more renowned for scavenging because they're fast, they're quick on their feet, they can get in, they can get out, and they really are not afraid of too much. Off he goes. The crows will be happy. There is actually a black wildebeest up there watching this whole thing. Do you see him, Dove?
Sorry, where?
Just to the left on the ridge. He's been watching this whole thing unfold for quite some time. You got him?
Yep.
I wonder what level of comprehension he will have.
Hi, I am David. I come to you live from the Mana Triangle, all the way from Kenya.
This is not a postcard. This is real. Sunrise in the beautiful Masai Mara.
Here on WildEarth, we love it when you interact with our guides while they are live. In order to do this, you must head over to wildearth.tv/questions and submit your questions, comments, and suggestions. Simple as that. And to make it even simpler, from time to time, you will see a QR code on your screen. Open your camera phone and scan this code, and it will take you straight to where you need to be. We look forward to answering your questions on this channel.
The real Bruce Lee. My goodness, the real Bruce Lee. Nice to meet you. They are called pups. So generally speaking, any species that belongs to the felid, they're feline, the felid category, the young are called cubs. And if the species belongs to the canidae, their young are called pups. So jackals do belong to the canids, so their offspring will be called pups. But hyenas are a little bit confusing. A lot of people think it's hyena pups, and it's not. It's hyena cubs. And that's because hyenas are just slightly more closely related to the cats than they are the dogs. The cats are not their closest relatives by a long shot, but between the two, they are more closely related to the felids. And that's why you would say that their young are cubs and not pups. And I wonder if that's the action died down for now. I think we may bumble just a little bit, but not go too far. Maybe try and see if we can spot the lions. And try and be here as the sun starts going down. I mean, technically it's already going down, but you know what I mean. Okay, that's what we're going to do. We're going to scratch around a bit, but I'm going to send you over to Tessa, who's also looking for lions.
The ladies are on lion searches today. I love it. I have gotten temporarily distracted on my way towards the Chitwa airstrip by a beautiful herd of nyalas. Aren't they stunning? And one is in fact a young male. He's just kind of starting to change color, so he's getting a bit of a mane on him. It's that one that's got his head down at the back. You can just see the white strip on him there. There on the far right, and when he lifts his head also, you can see a bit of the charcoaly colour starting on his face. Tiny little straight horns. And I really want him to lift his head so you can see that colour change. So young nyalas only really change colour when they get to 1.5 to 2 years old. So he's quite old already, but still looking more like a female than a male. Isn't it amazing? One of the few species of antelope that we found here that are sexually dimorphic. The males and females look different. There you go. Isn't he beautiful? Look at his neck, how different that is to his body. Unreal. What a worthwhile distraction, don't you think? Especially in this light, they look extra red and extra shiny. And it's funny, we're not that far from the lions where we are, but everything seems to be relaxed. We've passed some impalas, some waterbuck, now the nyalas. They really don't seem to mind that the lions are so close by. Look at that. Doing a little bit of light browsing. Mono, watching the onions is always entertaining. Very aptly named, don't you think, because of the stripes, Nyala, onion. They're so beautiful, but often, you know, we don't get to appreciate them as much because we see them, but we don't see them in open areas where you can actually look at them and spend time with them. Mostly they're in very thick vegetation, sometimes close to drainage lines. So it's quite difficult for us to view them clearly like we can now. But you can see they are starting to disappear into the thickets. So what we are going to do when I'm done blowing this fly off of my glasses, there we go. Landed right over my eye. I am going to leave the beautiful nyalas and head.
Sorry about that, folks. You know, the gremlins or the signal may just have bitten there. But we're back at the Djuma Dam Cam, and right here we're looking at a little vervet monkey in the background there, feeding on some grass seeds, I would imagine. And then it seems like a little dwarf mongoose in the front. We've been hearing the calls of the dwarf mongoose, especially when that Gymnogen was around. And now it seems like the Gymnogen has moved off. He might still be in the area, but we can't see him for now. But, well, it seems like life has returned to normal. Everybody just going about their business. The little dwarf mongoose doing some fur maintenance there. And now off he goes down the side of the termite mound, with the monkey continuing in the background. Love watching monkeys. Oopsie, let me slow that down a bit. I don't want to make you feel sick when I move around with the camera. So he's feeding nicely there. I can still actually hear, if you hear that little squeak in the background.
Here at WildEarth, we promised great monthly prizes for our explorers, and this month is no exception. If you join our club before the 10th of July, then you stand a chance to win a fabulous Safari Guide online course brought to you by Bushwise Field Guides. They specialize in accredited safari guide training with courses tailored for the African safari large industry. Sign up to be a WildEarth explorer today and don't miss out on this life-changing opportunity. It's time to put your feet up after a long week. WildEarth invites you to unwind with a weekend at the Waterhole, our life source of the bush, home to so much joy and danger. Join us on the 9th and 10th of July to get your wildlife refill broadcasted to you live all weekend at the Waterhole.
Everybody seems to be enjoying these grass seeds. The squirrels, the baboons, the monkeys, everybody having a good time of feeding on them nicely. And it's quite unusual this time of year to be so green and full of grass. So I think they're really enjoying it. Jean-Dre, I 100% agree with you. This is just beautiful and lovely to see the monkeys so relaxed, so calm, feeding and looking in wonderful condition as well, as we are serenaded by the hippos, the parrots and the drongos. Right, once again, folks, please don't forget to send through your questions and your comments to the link wildearth.tv/questions, or use the QR code at the bottom of your screen and get involved in the largest game drive in the world. I'd love to hear your questions and your comments, and let's see if we can get you through and I'll answer them for you. It would be wonderful. Every safari needs lots of questions. It leads me in different topic conversation directions. So nice if you get involved. What do you want to know? What do you know? What do you think about it? Let's hear about it. White mane, good question. Wow, that's one I haven't heard. Do all mammals get earwax? Well, I would say all mammals should definitely get earwax if they are going to be in any way in the water. So I don't know if monkeys would particularly get earwax. I think it does assist in keeping the ear canals, and the whole eardrum and everything safe from any kind of liquids and so on that go in there. So that's something I'd actually have to have a look into and see. I'm not exactly sure, so I'm not going to talk nonsense there. I've never really contemplated that question. Fantastic, thanks for that. That makes me think in a different direction altogether. I'll have to find out. I'm pretty sure that there would need to be some kind of protection, especially for hippos, per se, with them going under the water all the time. They would need some kind of protection for their ears when they go underwater. So whether that's a valve that closes or the canals are so intricate that the water cannot flow all the way through, or what, I'd have to look at the anatomy of them. If anybody else knows for sure, send it through. Let's hear about it. If there are any experts out there that can comment, tell us what you think. I'm going to zoom back a little bit here. Let's see what else we have in the area. That's sort of down just below the lodge area, and also in that nice marshy area. It's sort of where the water enters into the Djuma Dam. So lovely area for the animals to feed. It's quite lush. Let's go across and have a look. I wonder if this Gymnogen's still around with this mongoose continuously alarm calling. Earlier it was the squirrel. He was not happy when that Gymnogen was around. But I haven't seen him for a while. He did fly towards the camera, and then I thought that he was in this tree where the camera is, because the squirrel was very unhappy. But he's gone quiet now, so I do believe he's flown off.
Here at WildEarth, we want you to learn as much about the wild as possible. Sadly, we can't answer all the questions on Safari Live, so we've come up with a new way to solve the problem.
I love answering your questions, and now I have the chance to answer even more. Sign up to be a WildEarth explorer, and you can join me on July the 6th after the Sunset Safari here at the beautiful Amakhala Game Reserve. Have your questions ready.
WildEarth Explorers, it's in your nature. Here at WildEarth, we promised great monthly prizes for our explorers, and this month is no exception. If you join our club before the 10th of July, then you stand a chance to win a fabulous Safari Guide online course brought to you by Bushwise Field Guides. They specialize in accredited safari guide training with courses tailored for the African safari lodge industry. Sign up to be a WildEarth explorer today and don't miss out on this life-changing opportunity.
What have these hornbills found here? Let's have a look. Wow, he seems to be digging into something there. What is it? Is it termites? So we've got a red-billed hornbill and a yellow-billed hornbill. There must be some kind of food source here. Not sure what it is, but I'm going to stay here and investigate and see if I can find out. And while I'm doing that, let's head on over to Tess.
Success, success, success. It's very funny. It makes me think of when I was young. I always used to sing Dressed for Success. I had little dance moves and everything. It was amazing. And that's exactly what we are today. Dressed for success. A little bit of lion luck. Now, believe it or not, these nkuhumas are so lazy that a plane took off next to them. So the airstrip is that open clearing you can see behind that lioness walking. They did not even budge. How crazy is that? Ooh, might get a bit of action here. So I would imagine this might be the lioness that they think might be coming. Yes, she's an estrus, 100%. Look how protective Mohawk is of her, following her straight away. And she's being a bit of a flirt. Watch how she's kind of flattening her ears, walking in front of him. She's looking very sleek and fit, flopping down like that, flicking her tail. She's trying to entice him. She's trying to encourage him. Now, I would imagine he would not be very happy with Blondie being too close by, even though they're brothers, especially when a lioness is an estrus. He's not going to tolerate anybody close by. Going straight up to check on her. And probably going to settle somewhere close by. How dramatic is this fallen tree? It might be the new drama llama. Wow. Nice big yawn. The guy's checking the others now as well. Millie, we are having the best day, don't you think? Totally number one. Huh, that's interesting. I wonder if there might be two coming into estrus. Because the reaction that the other lioness had to him was quite strong. And he was very interested as soon as she came up. And then he came over and checked this one. And he'll usually lie close to the lioness that he's, interested in. Makes the most sense so that nobody else can try and sneak their way in. Huh. Okay. Might be a bit of a love triangle happening here at the moment. That's all right, though. I've just noticed there's a lion's face sticking out of that bush there on the left behind the dead tree. There's a random face poking out. That's so funny. There, into the sun. Look at that. Is that not the epitome of living the life? Wow. That is so cool. The life of a lion looks like a life of luxury.
It's time to put your feet up after a long week. WildEarth invites you to unwind with a weekend at the Waterhole, our life source of the bush, home to so much joy and danger. Join us on the 9th and 10th of July to get your wildlife refill broadcasted to you live all weekend at the Waterhole. WildEarth's weekend at the Waterhole is going to be epic, and we want to make sure that you are kitted out for the occasion. We've launched some wonderful merchandise just for you. Are you a dam cam lover? Find these and more on our website. So get your snacks ready, put your feet up, and join us for a weekend at the Waterhole.
So it's definitely a lion's kind of day. We've got Blondie kind of sleeping in a peanut cassia, it looks like. Some of the adults over here, 2 cubs at the bottom of the dead tree starting to wake up, and the others are somewhere closer to the airstrip. A proper lion puddle this afternoon in the heat. But it sounds like Lauren has found something exciting. So let's head over there and have a look at what she's got while I reposition.
We have popped in at the yellow mongoose den, and lo and behold, look who's here. Hello, Mongusta. I think when they have young, I think we have a mother and father here with 2 of their offspring. I don't think they go too far. Now the sun it goes down early here. That's why you don't see us at the end of drive. The sun sets, by 5:30 it's pretty dark, depending on cloud cover. So they forage, but as it gets closer to home time, if you like, as it gets closer to sunset, they start to come closer and closer back towards their burrow. They're not like dwarf mongoose where they have a network and they just jump in any mound that's part of their network. They have their burrow, just like meerkats. They're just so lovely. They've got a real fox-like face, I think. It's quite sharp eyes, sharp snout. But it's so nice to spend so much time with yellow mongoose. We had them mating the other day. We've discovered their burrow. It's my first time really properly seeing a yellow mongoose. Benny, you think this mongoose is wearing eyeliner? Very possible. Oh yes, I see it. I'm looking through my binos. Sharp eyes, well defined. If only, huh? Very, very possible. And I don't know if this is too far-fetched, but do you see the face of a hyena there? I do. Remember, mongoose are closely related to hyenas. And I was just saying moments ago, hyenas are more closely related to the cats than they are dogs, but still their closest relatives are mongoose. Which is always surprising to everyone that hears that. And we will go back to that carcass once it gets a little bit darker. I just wanted to do a bumble and see what else we could find. And here, at least at Amakhala, they are very yellow, but that's not always the case.
So it's the weekend, and what better way to spend a day than sat near one of these wonderful waterholes?
So get yourself some snacks and a hat and come and join us for the weekend at a watering hole.
So for the days the 9th and the 10th of July, our teams here at WildEarth from across Southern Africa are going to be spending quality time at a number of waterholes.
We will see you there.
See you there.
And their mound doesn't look like much, but I can assure you there are lots of entrances and exits and tunnels and all sorts of things in that area. And it's just so nice to know that every time we pass here, we're going to see them. Oh, sweet. I think that's one of the adults. Secret marsh. Thank you. You're saying you're right. Face does look like a fox. I'd love to be right. No, in all seriousness, it does have a very fox-like face, not too unlike the jackal. And they really are much larger than the dwarfies, a dwarf mongoose. Of course, it's in the name, but a lot larger. And I'm glad this one's relaxed. We want them to become habituated near the vehicle. Yes, you don't have to be scared of us. And that big bushy tail, they'll just wrap it around themselves in winter and keep warm. You only need to go less than 5 meters down underground and you would be surprised at the warmth. Okay, we may stay at this den a little bit longer, but you guys are heading over to the Snoozy and Kahumas.
What a gorgeous day for all of the strange and wonderful predators. Yellow mongooses are so cool. And in fact, we saw them. I was in Addo last week with my parents for my mom's birthday, and we saw yellow mongooses. They are so much fun. They really are. But the lions on this side of the world are very sleepy. And I'm trying to work out this puzzle because they've been seen kind of mating and getting close to mating. And in fact, earlier, about an hour ago, they were seen mating. So this confuses me because in my mind, sorry, I'm repositioning in the car. In my mind, I'm wondering how this is possible because the 3 lionesses that are here are mothers to the 7 cubs. And in fact, the one he's been mating with is the mother of 3 of the cubs. The cubs aren't even old enough yet for her to be having another litter, so why is she in estrus if she's the mother of 3 existing young cubs? So I'm wondering if there's not a false estrus going on here. It very well could be, you know, they do occasionally do that. And I'm wondering if it might be that. Maybe there's a false estrus, and that's why we haven't seen them mating. Because I was just saying to you, hon, you know, we've been here for a little bit now, and when lions are fully mating, they're mating every 15 minutes. And we haven't seen them do it once. Oftentimes they might move away from the pride as well. So maybe there's a false estrus going on. I know Shreyas was... Actually, as I was saying that, I know Shreyas was busy telling me that this is one of the mothers of the cubs, and I was just putting that piece of puzzle together myself. So I'm happy that I'm not the only one questioning this, because it's a bit confusing to me. These cubs are a bit young for them to have siblings already. But we are seeing a little bit of action, so as much as Mohawk is flat sleeping, the cub above him has started waking up, and that's because there's a Nyala that's been walking on the other side of the airstrip. Now we can't see it anymore. But there's also been some guinea fowls that have been walking through the grass, and again we can't see them anymore, but they've been right here, and all the cubs' heads just picked up all of a sudden because the guinea fowls started making a noise in the grass. So they've kind of been getting a little bit more active, and I'm hoping that means we might get some cub action. But how gorgeous is this light, bit of golden sunshine for the cubs, for Mohawk, for this lovely lady. Sophia, I agree. It is an interesting idea, and you never know. You can never, ever say never in the bush, and it's really ironic to put that sentence together. Have you ever thought about this? Never say never. By saying that, you're saying never, and it just kind of defeats the point of the whole saying. But you literally will never know in the bush. Anything can happen. It is so unpredictable. It's part of the magic of it, I suppose. And it would make sense. So oftentimes lionesses go into false estrus, you know, for example, if there's been maybe a takeover of a pride, or they're trying to distract a male, if there's a potential threat, they can go into a false estrus. But I think it's a bit of a weird situation for a lioness to be in a false estrus, because they're comfortable in the pride with existing cubs and the males that have been here for how many years. So who knows?
WildEarth have really inspired me to return to South Africa after having followed so many beautiful characters. This ticket to dream has given me a great opportunity to meet the WildEarth team, which I thank. They're all amazing. I love all of the characters, but I do have a particular passion for leopards. It's a dream, and as I said before, I just keep on pinching myself. Am I really here?
If you would like to be a part of the team that shares the wildebeest migration in Kenya live on WildEarth, then we have some great news for you. There are a few places left to join our expeditions in August and September this year. You'll be staying in an exclusive tented camp with ensuite bedrooms nestled in the riverine woodlands of the Talek River. Head over to our website to book your bucket list experience today. WildEarth Expeditions. Travel with purpose.
So we had a whole bunch of golden lions, and now we've got very shady lions, it seems. Everybody is starting to get crept up on by the shade of the big trees, because now the sun is starting to set pretty quickly. It's winter, so of course that affects the light. So you can see the lioness is in the shade and Mohawk is almost in the shade. But if anyone has any ideas or maybe even stories that you can share with me about lionesses in false estrus, that would be absolutely brilliant. You know, I've seen it before where they're trying to distract in a dangerous situation, but I've never seen it in the comfort of a pride that's established with established males that have been here and are the existing fathers. So it's a bit strange if there's a false estrus going on. I was mentioning it earlier, but it can happen before a lioness or any mammal actually goes into ovulation. But even then, it seems a bit early for ovulation, considering these cubs are, what, a year old? They're still very young. But maybe they're just, trying to get through this quickly, expand the numbers of the pride. Who knows? But if you have any stories, let me know. I'd love to hear them, or any ideas or thoughts. Since we haven't seen them mating, I don't think it's an official estrus at all. He's far too relaxed. He would be very paranoid. Beverly, I hope I'm getting your question correct. I know you're asking about false estrus. I didn't quite hear it 100%. I'm so sorry. If I could ask to have the question repeated just so I can make sure. But talking about lions and false estruses, basically it's just a sexually excited state. So basically the lioness, her body will be in a state of sexual excitement, which means she's getting herself ready possibly for ovulation. The false signs, there we go, thank you. So this is basically how a false estrus would basically be. The male's very interested in her and might try to mate, but they're not actually going to get the mating process right. And she would still be quite, I want to say, sassy with him. So like we saw the other lioness do, where she kind of like saunters over and flicks her tail. And it's basically an act of what a normal estrus cycle would look like. So she looks like she wants to mate, but in reality it's actually not going to do anything, and so she might not actually let him mate. But that's why I say it's good as a distraction technique, because she encourages the male and she's in a sexually excited state. So what that means is it's red as an estrus even when it's not, because her hormone levels have changed, her estrogen has shot up in her body. So there are physical changes, but she hasn't actually ovulated. And so the male is responding to those chemical cues and the cues that she's giving up with her body language, but nothing can actually happen, and she might not actually let it get that far that he actually manages to mate successfully. But regardless, if she's only in a false estrus, even if they did mate, she could not get pregnant because she hasn't ovulated. So it's a very strange concept. But most mammal species can have a false estrus. It can happen with most, except humans. We don't ever have a false estrus. But
here at WildEarth, we want you to learn as much about the wild as possible. Sadly, we can't answer all the questions on Safari Live, so we've come up with a new way to solve the problem.
I love answering your questions, and now I have the chance to answer even more. Sign up to be a WildEarth explorer, and you can join me on July the 6th after the Sunset Safari here at the beautiful Amakhala Game Reserve. Have your questions ready.
WildEarth Explorers, it's in your nature.
Hi, I am David. I come to you live from the Mana Triangle, all the way from Kenya.
This is not a postcard. This is real. Sunrise in the beautiful Masai Mara.
Oh, the life of a lion cub. It's fascinating. So I am noticing we're going to now got 1, 2, 3, 4 of the 7 little ones lifting their heads, 1 or 2 grooming, ears flicking, looking around. So this means now that the sun is setting, it is cooling down, the golden light is kind of starting to almost fade a little bit. It might be time for the lions to get up. Oh, how lovely would it be to have little lion cubs playing, running over to Dad and irritating him. How perfect. I'm very surprised that those cubs in particular that you can see, that patch of dirt behind them is the airstrip. How did they not move when the plane came through? It's absolutely brilliant. Very, very gutsy, I would say. Very brave little things for such a young set of cubs. But anyway, before I get too distracted with all my stories, I've obviously got a lot to share since I've been away for a month. I'm going to send you over to Cedric on a leopard search, and I'm going to enjoy the lion love.
Nice. I'm glad Tess has got those Nkuhumas and the 2 Avoca male lions. I'm still going on Weaver's Nest. I am still following up on leopard tracks. It's come all the way on Pangolin Road. Come very fresh, coming all the way west on Pangolin Road towards Weaver's Nest junctions. But very fresh tracks. I'm just watching out very carefully here at the moment. I think what I'm going to do, might have crossed over Weaver's Nest towards Texans, maybe towards Treehouse Dam. But I've got a feeling we are not too far behind. But it is for the female leopard, so most probably, I know Tess had Columbus tracks on Yala South coming south and then going west towards Spaghetti Crossing, and I didn't have anything else further. I picked up on more tracks further west, heading still further west towards this side here, towards Treehouse Dam. So I'm going to quickly shoot around to Treehouse Dam and see if we are lucky that side, as I am still staying in the area as well, because in case I get any information on Marips coming north from Little Gowrie, so I'm also holding my thumbs for that. Let's take a look down Texans here. It'll be fantastic just to get either one of them for the afternoon. Definitely, it'll be fantastic. And yes, it's nice to see one of those Nkuhumas I saw this morning as well that was going into false estrus. So very nice, very, very nice to see that. But while we're going to continue up on Texans towards Treehouse Dam, let's head over to Ralph to see what's happening on the Juma Cam.
Well, fantastic. Now, folks, I've done a little bit of research in between times when you've been with me, and it seems like there is not anything to say that all mammals do not have earwax. So what I'm trying to say is that according to what I've researched, all mammals do in fact have earwax. And they've even found that in the cetaceans, or the whales and the dolphins, in a blue whale, they found an 8-inch long ear plug. So, I mean, if you look at your dog's ears and your cat's ears, they definitely produce earwax, and you need to clean them. I've got basset hounds, and we need to clean their ears regularly. So they definitely do. Cats as well. They sort of do their own cleaning.
Here on WildEarth, we love it when you interact with our guides while they are live. In order to do this, you must head over to wildearth.tv/questions and submit your questions, comments, and suggestions. Simple as that. And to make it even simpler, from time to time, you will see a QR code on your screen. Open your camera phone and scan this code, and it will take you straight to where you need to be. We look forward to answering your questions on this channel. Here at WildEarth, we promised great monthly prizes for our explorers, and this month is no exception. If you join our club before the 10th of July, then you stand a chance to win a fabulous Safari Guide online course brought to you by Bushwise Field Guides. They specialize in accredited safari guide training with courses tailored for the African safari larger industry. Sign up to be a WildEarth explorer today and don't miss out on this life-changing opportunity.
But I would assume elephants have earwax as well. So the question actually is, which mammals do not produce earwax? And I've even tried searching that on the internet, and I don't get an answer. So my assumption is all mammals do in fact produce earwax. If you have any information to the contrary, please send it through. Honey, you always see the Nyala's tails going backwards and forwards. And obviously there's a few functions for tails. One of them is keeping the pesky flies and parasites away from the bum, because that's obviously a site that they do zone in on for various reasons. For ticks and so on, obviously that's difficult to stop them. They crawl up the fur, but the flies, at least you can keep them away. You see that a lot with zebra as well. The tail's constantly flicking and helps to get rid of the pesky flies. Some flies don't necessarily go for the bum. They also go for the nostrils or the nasal cavity, and you'll see that with the blesbok and hartebeest, as well as topi. And there is a particular fly, and I think it's the bot fly, that actually goes into the nasal cavities and lays its eggs there. And those larvae obviously hatch, and they then grow up inside the nasal cavity. So the topi, the blesbok, the red hartebeest, they all lie with their noses in the dirt to try and stop these flies from going inside their nasal cavity, because you must imagine those maggots living inside the nasal cavity must drive them absolutely insane. So, on that wonderful thought, let's head you on down to Cedric, who has some of my favourite little critters.
Yes, once again as well, just like the lilac-breasted Rhino, what is a safari without dwarf mongoose? And then definitely we've got a whole family of dwarf mongoose sitting right on top of this beautiful termite mound and enjoying the last bit of sun for the afternoon before they go inside of the mound and go and have a rest for the night. But as you know, they would have been scurrying around and foraging all over the show around this area for little insects, grubs, and any kind of insect kind of food. They're all insectivorous. And they are the smallest carnivores around there that we do have in the southern African area. But they are very cute, and they are the smallest of the mongoose species. That's why hence the name of the dwarf mongoose. They're all taking a look, and who is the king of the castle? And I spent quite a bit of time back in the days when many years ago with a family of mongoose, dwarf mongoose. I actually kind of just was almost the entire day and watching them from the early morning when they came out of their little den site and when they went foraging, and I just kind of just spent the day watching them moving all over the show and going about their daily routine. And of course, at the end of the day, they came back to their den site. And it was very interesting just to see how they really work and how they show the younger ones to how to forage and how to dig for little grubs. Gracie, well, I haven't seen the yellow mongoose, hence the name yellow mongoose. I'm sure the ones that Lauren has got down in the Eastern Cape. No idea why they are darker. You must understand that other mongoose species here as well, like your banded mongoose, they're also very much on the same color with little bands that go around them. And even your white-tailed mongooses, those are very dark. So there's quite a few of the mongoose species that's dark around here. But there's no specific reason for them really being dark in this area. Maybe the yellow mongoose because of the terrain, maybe because of the sand, the soil types, and the areas that they are in. But definitely our mongoose in this area is not as yellow. But then you got the slender mongoose, definitely a lighter color. So your slender mongoose is a lighter color compared to the rest of the mongooses that we do get here. But that's very interesting. You'll find that they will go from one den site to the den site. So every 4 days, they'll move from one area to the next area. And that's all about not leaving too much parasites around for any of the young ones to gather.
It's time to put your feet up after a long week. WildEarth invites you to unwind with a weekend at the Waterhole, our life source of the bush, home to so much joy and danger. Join us on the 9th and 10th of July to get your wildlife refill broadcasted to you live all weekend at the Waterhole. WildEarth's weekend at the Waterhole is going to be epic, and we want to make sure that you are kitted out for the occasion. We've launched some wonderful merchandise just for you. Are you a dam cam lover? Find these and more on our website. So get your snacks ready, put your feet up, and join us for a weekend at the Waterhole.
And just those little looks. Sometimes they look at you if they're like angry, but they are very, very sweet little things. And of course, that's very much an alpha male and alpha female family structure. So really, the two dominant ones that'll control the little group here, and of course, that'll be the only two that'll be copulating and mating for to have little ones. But as well, it's like a nice thing about them as well as the name that the Shangaan people use it. It's called the Matsiki Tsoro. Almost makes the right thing. It's like Matsiki Tsoro. Matsiki Tsoro. But anyway, while we sit here with these Matsiki Tsoros here at Treehouse Dam, let's head over to Lauren in the Eastern Cape.
I was the same, Cedric. I also hadn't seen a yellow mongoose before. Now we're back at the Carcass, as you can see, and I'm just trying to count 2 jackals. Yes, the third is just off to the left. So it's all very active again. The crows are still being the crows. Fishy goes gone. And I'm just scanning around. But we don't have that much time left really before it gets a bit too dark to view a sighting like this. I mean, I think we probably have about half an hour, and that's why I thought we may as well. We don't see jackals stationary for so long, interacting, being jackals. So I thought let's just spend a little bit more time with them. When we do see them, they tend to be very busy or skipping away. And of course I am secretly Can you guys hear that? I'm not sure if the audio is going to come through. It's far. Ah, that's the jackals. I think it's the one on the left making all the vocalizations. What's up, chap? Are you just letting the lions know that it's now yours? Okay, that's very brave. But yes, I'm hoping for a brown hyena. You never know. The guides here say that they do sometimes just appear at carcasses. Sometimes they don't, sometimes they do. So we may as well try. The most time I spent with jackals was in the Masai Mara. Juma sporadically. But it's nice to spend time with them again.
So it's the weekend, and what better way to spend a day than sat near one of these wonderful waterholes?
So get yourself some snacks and a hat and come and join us for the weekend at a watering hole.
So for the days the 9th and the 10th of July, our teams here at WildEarth from across Southern Africa are going to be spending quality time at a number of waterholes.
We will see you there.
See you there.
If you would like to be a part of the team that shares the wildebeest migration in Kenya live on WildEarth, then we have some great news for you. There are a few places left to join our expeditions in August and September this year. You'll be staying in an exclusive tented camp with ensuite bedrooms nestled in the riverine woodlands of the Talek River. Head over to our website to book your bucket list experience today. WildEarth Expeditions. Travel with purpose.
Monkey Boo Boo. Hello, Monkey Boo Boo. Oh, some of your names just crack me up. I don't believe so, because they are sort of chiefly scavengers. Although they do hunt, I actually watched a jackal earlier pick up some sort of rodent. I couldn't see what it was. It was something like a striped mouse, and just crunch on it, just like the Ethiopian wolf, and down the gullet. So when it comes to a bigger carcass, like a scrub hare for them, I don't think they pluck. They're not as meticulous as leopards. Leopards are quite fussy in that regards. They'll obviously open the carcass, which is not too pleasant to think about, but they won't sit and pluck all the hair off. Most organisms that do live a sort of scavenging lifestyle don't really have the chance to be fussy. Just got to take what you can get out in the wild. And there are scavengers in the ocean as well. There will be scavengers in every ecosystem. But you just can't be fussy when you live that kind of life. So Monkey Boo Boo, I don't think so. Okay, my brown hyena is on the way, I know it. So as we sit here and wait, we're going to send you guys over to Tessa as the Nkuhumas are getting active.
My goodness, have we got so much going on. All of a sudden, the cubs have woken up and come over, and we have got a grooming train. 3 lions, so a lioness and 2 of the cubs, grooming each other, and the last one is just grooming itself. But of course now we also have the other cubs waking up here under the tree, and over where Mohawk is with the false estrus happening. One of the cubs has just gone over there as well. Now it's going to be fascinating to watch and see what actually happens here, because, oh, look at the cub interfering. Wow. See, this doesn't often happen where you would even tolerate the cub if she was in a proper estrus, you know? Look at that. The cub is all over them. Dad. What you doing, Dad? Very typical inquisitive lion cub. You see he's doing a phlegm and grimace there. He's busy smelling and testing those chemicals, the hormones, with his organ of Jacobson on the palate. Wow. Yeah, see, nothing much is happening. She's definitely in one of the very early stages of estrus, or a false estrus. I'm so sorry, Jarrett. I was completely listening to the other radio, the Game Drive radio. Could you please repeat the question from Giraffe Girl? I know pressure and sub-adults, that was what I heard. I'm so sorry, I got distracted. I don't often get distracted, guys, but when I do, it's very well done. Jared, stop making fun of me. Jared is repeating that as though I'm unable to speak. Thank you, Jared. So Giraffe Girl, I suppose it could be from pressure from the sub-adults, you know, because they're getting big now. They're starting to, well, they're almost basically independent. I can't remember the last time I saw them all together. And I suppose in that sense, if they all stay together with Chilla and Purple Eye, and it's 3 lionesses on this side, they're going to want to expand the pride quite quickly, I would assume. So maybe that is the reasoning for it. Sure, he's having a good grooming session on this side. Some cubs are trying their best to suckle, and this lioness is just kicking it in the face. Don't even think about it. Ba, ba, ba. Getting beaten by your mother. It's trying its best, and look at that, she's just kicking it in the face, literally. I will bite that foot, Mom. I'll bite it. So these lionesses stopped suckling these cubs months ago, so it's quite a pointless task. Really just a means to no end at this point for this cub, because they don't have milk in their mammary glands anymore. But maybe it's just an affection thing, maybe just pushing its luck. But look at that little Mohawk starting. Ears back. Almost looks the same as when a lion feeds on a carcass. That ears back, low down, claws out. Very similar pose. That's quite interesting. Normally when there's more affection involved, they look a little bit softer. But these cubs are getting big quickly, so their personalities are showing. They're starting to get more aggressive. They're turning into proper little lions now. It's very, very good to see.
Here at WildEarth, we want you to learn as much about the wild as possible. Sadly, we can't answer all the questions on Safari Live, so we've come up with a new way to solve the problem.
I love answering your questions, and now I have the chance to answer even more. Sign up to be a WildEarth explorer, and you can join me on July the 6th after the Sunset Safari here at the beautiful Amakhala Game Reserve. Have your questions ready.
Wild Earth Explorers. It's in your nature. The Masai Mara in Kenya, a remote landscape where wilderness reigns. Its inspirational beauty captivates the hearts of many around the world. This year, from August, WildEarth is leading a number of unique expeditions to follow Africa's greatest wildebeest migration here in the Masai Mara. And now, the remaining places have been discounted by 20%. Head over to our website to find out.
Some action from one of the lionesses. I remember this is the initial lioness that kind of came over to Mohawk and flaunted herself a bit. Now she's gotten back up and going over, so let's see what happens. Yeah, I'll straight to the other lionesses, you see, so everything's happening. Now, of course, we do have some other vehicles in the sighting, so we're going to have to keep this view kind of like that. But it is very cute seeing a lion hug another lion, don't you think? Absolutely gorgeous. If you listen carefully, you can hear some moaning. So the cubs are being very vocal. And this is just their way of communicating with the adults and biting the adults' tails, apparently. And that's all part of, you know, kind of evoking a you're small and cute response from mom. Everybody looks very interested now. Is that one chewing another one's tail? It is a tail that it's got, right? I think it is. That one right in the middle, just behind where Mohawk stood up. What is it chewing? Oh. Mohawk just got whacked. Don't even try your luck, boy. Sorry for you, Mohawk. That's the one I'm talking about. As he lies down, that cub to the right, it's very intent on chewing whatever it is that's in its mouth. It looks like another lion's tail. It's not. What is that?
Stick.
Is it?
Mm-hmm.
Surely not. Oh, big yawn. I'm fairly sure that's a tail, Johan.
See if I go closer.
Can anyone else see what that is? Is it a tail? It's so chewed up that it's like looking raw. That is so mean, just chewing another cub's tail. My goodness. Yeah, it looks a bit like a tail without hair, doesn't it? All right, it seems like there is a lot going on here. And unfortunately, I think what we are going to do is watch for 2 seconds longer and then we're going to leave. It looks like there's a lot of people wanting to come in.
Sorry for passing in here. Can I approach?
Goodness gracious, this is amazing. So it looks like everybody's getting up and slowly moving towards the airstrip. So we're going to try and reposition, but there are quite a few vehicles coming in. We might just have to leave, but I'll send you over to Cedric, who's at the hyena den.
right, yes, we're at the hyena den. As you can see, the Juma clan. We've got, of course, Ndebele here at the hole, at the entrance of the den site. And one of Ndebele's little cubs, the little black one, coming out as well. And then looks like Intima's one cub as well is sitting outside here. So that is fantastic. I think it looks like it's a spirit. So yeah, that's just moving away now. Oh, spirit, that's one of Intima's little ones born in November. And of course, Ndebele's two little cubs that you'll see, she's got two. They're little very small ones, but just over a month old. So this is one of the spotted hyenas, the Juma clan's den sites. They've been utilizing this one for the last, say, couple of weeks. And it's nice to see them all at this one entrance. I did see here's something I see. We've got wait. We've got other clan members that's calling. Very cool. So the typical when they're calling like that, sometimes when they do that, they're actually calling their other clan members, and maybe sometimes they need assistance if there's a kill, whatever, and they also need to kind of make sure that the communication between these clan members are understood, and then if they need that assistance, then 3-4 of them will go and assist to push whatever is on the kill off to try and scavenge that kill from the other predator. That is definitely, we've got Corky here, we've got Swazi, of course all the cubs, as you see Masangita on the right there, and a spirit. So Masangita is Swazi's little one. And definitely, it's always, this is my zen, how can I say, place. The place of meditating for myself. I love this. I can sit here and just watch them. I love it. It's so awesome. As you see, Corky and Koa. Koa is, of course, Corky's cub. She's only got the one cub, and of course, busy suckling from her. So, and of course, she was born in March. So, look at March, April, May, June, July. So it's just over 3 months. Koa's just over 3 months old. And Corky is one of the high-ranking females in this Juma clan. So, of course, this Juma clan is very much controlled by hierarchies. So you'll usually get your matriarch, and definitely Corky is one of the high-ranking females with heart. But I have not seen heart. There is another hyena further down. I'm not too sure who it is. I'm going to try and get my bifocals out, and then there's Swazi. Swazi's on our left-hand side. She's got one little cub called Masangita. So Masangita is also getting nice and brave and old now. Hello.
We want to make it even easier for you to interact with our guides whilst watching WildEarth. When you see a QR code like this pop up on your screen, then open your phone camera, point it at the code, and you will be taken directly to our question page. Simple as that. Then you can let us know what you want to see, ask questions, and much more.
I've had it before where I've been walking and a waterbuck's jumped out of the grass. It's quite a frightening experience.
WildEarth, it's in your nature.
All of them running, I think, a bit of airplanes. So it looks like Spirit and Loki ran, and there's a Masingita as well running for the entrance of the den. I think the plane just came over, so it gave them a little bit of a fright, typical. So that is exactly that. This den entrance or the den site is a typical kind of a safety net for them. So if anything does come through here, And anything that's chased them, they can get inside there. So like even leopards, lions, they cannot get in there. Even the adults itself, I've seen them in the bed almost making a way right inside that den site, but I think her pelvis is too large to actually really get a whole body inside there. So it's perfect. Sorry, FC, just go with the comment again, please. Ayanda, yes, the Zen, the Zen den. Definitely the Zen. I love that one. That's good. Definitely the Zen den. Because that's how I feel when I come to this den site. It's definitely for my zenning. My zenning moments. Oh, BK loves zenning. Yep, that's just thumbs up all the way. So definitely these clan members, I'm sure, I'm still trying to figure out who is on the other side there. There is another big female there. And I might be ribbon. We might be lucky, it might be ribbon. I'm just trying to, no, it's in Tima. All right, we got in Tima all the way down that side. Yeah, looks like in Tima. But yes, while we stay at the den site, let's head over to Chris.
Sure.
I think.
Goodness, what an afternoon for me and my crew here. We've been tracking hard to find those leopards, and they don't really pay off in the way that we wanted to. Just look at this, with this beautiful knobthorn tree behind me and the sun's glow. At least we can experience that. We are burnt in the faces. It was a hot afternoon, and now I just decided I'm going to chill on this old termite mound. I'm a bit scared to put my head down here. Not because of animals, I might fall asleep. No, it's not that bad. Enjoy this scenery. Phew. Well, at least we know more or less where and which area those leopards are. So that, even though we don't have immediate success this afternoon, it gives us a cue where to start tomorrow morning. Hello, Eugene. Hope you are well. Eugene says, wow, now that's a sunset. It's always the case here at Brightlands, unless we have clouds. Next clouds, you won't have a sunset. But that typical wintered low. There is some bushfires in the region as well, closer to Kruger, and you can see there is a bit of haziness in the air, and that will hopefully amplify the colors for us, as well as the bush dries out and there's more dust in the lower atmosphere, we will see some intense colors towards late winter especially.
I still can't believe the amount of oxpeckers on this poor hippopotamus. It's almost more oxpecker than skin at the moment. They do seem to be retreating now, it's heading into the water. Maybe that's what you should have done first there. Wow, they really are. That's an effective method there, hippopotamus. Well done. And oh, they go.
All right, so We've got an area where to start tomorrow. We will definitely look for tracks first thing in the morning. We also identified a very nice spot for a sunrise. So we're going to continue this story tomorrow. That is a promise. In the meantime, let's go over to Ralph, which is all the way that way at Mashatu.
So it seems there's beautiful sunsets all round, and I'm just sitting watching this little group of elephants have a drink while the sun is slowly setting in the background. It's absolutely beautiful. There's some elephants that have left already, and it looks like there might be some more arriving just to the right back side of your screen. You can see some of those big ghostly figures making their way down towards the waterhole. So I'm just going to scan a little bit over to the right so we can see them approaching. Some are going off to the right, some coming off to the left. Here they come. You might hear some low rumbles. I'd like for us just to listen.
Copy. Well, the sun is setting, so we're probably losing far too much light, but there are two jackals on the Carcass and 2 jackals approaching from the ridge. Now, we just watched them attack another jackal, so it seems that not all is as it seems. They are not all friends out here. So I just want to see what happens when these newcomers come down. You see them, Darby? They're slowly coming. They might be from the same group, they might not. Sadly, no brown hyena. I mean, I wasn't really banking on it, but you've got to put a bit of effort in out here. Oh, they're not coming. They're walking away. Okay. Interesting. Maybe they know it's not worth their time. It's also fascinating, no sound of the lions. It's because they're full and flat somewhere.
We protect and reconnect nature across southern Africa. We bring countries together to care for wild spaces that stretch beyond borders. We protect and restore biodiversity. We prioritize the people living in these landscapes, enabling them to thrive in harmony with nature. We are restoring tomorrow.
It's also peaceful here with the sun going down behind the ridge. And then you realize what you're looking at. But this pair are very much dominating the Carcass right now. And I think when they leave, more jackals will come in. I think there are a lot of jackals here. All belonging to different family groups. Oh, Bobby, you're welcome. You're very welcome. Sometimes you have got to just spend time. I mean, sadly, it's a bit of a long-distance visual, and that's not ideal. But it's just fascinating to see different interactions, different species. Jackals, we don't see them too often. Black wildebeest, I don't think we ever see them. But it's just nice spending time doing something different. And pied crows, I don't think we see them too often on WildEarth either. But I think we are losing too much light. So we may bumble away, see if we can see anything else since my brown hyena didn't show up, but at least Cedric's got his.
Yes, so we've got Intima and Swazi, and as you can see at the bottom here, and a little bit of vocalization going. One of Intima's youngsters coming through. I don't know if it's Loki. Spirit, I think. I'll just take a look. Oh, no, where are you going? That's not your mom. That's not your mom. Your mom is lying down. But it's just most probably just a greeting. It's always a greeting ritual where they sniff each other's genitals. Come, you're getting attention. Don't be scared. Swazi just wants to say hello. Swazi's picking it up. They're so rough with each other sometimes. And that one's very submissive, to the other one as well. Of course, that's trying to take a look. No, it's one of Swazi's that's down, and the one that's standing up, the young one that's standing up, that's Koa. So that is Corky's cub, the one that's standing up there and picking on Intima's youngster. But they just moved into the bush there now. It's difficult to see. So yeah, I'm sure these hyenas will sooner or later start moving out. I'm sure they're going to go and venture out. I see that their tummies aren't that big this afternoon. So I'm sure they are going to go and look out for any potential opportunities to get some food. They definitely decided to see who's the quickest around the block. Yeah. I don't know where they've gone to, but I'm sure that by now they must be close to the camp. Yeah, definitely, they are adorable. They are absolutely so cute. Very, very cute. And I just love the way they interact with each other, especially the cubs at this point in time, because there's 9 cubs. So you can imagine 9 cubs, 9 youngsters, just having such a game around this den site during the afternoon and early mornings. And of course, Corky right at the end there with Koa.
If you would like to be a part of the team that shares the wildebeest migration in Kenya live on WildEarth, then we have some great news for you. There are a few places left to join our expeditions in August and September this year. You'll be staying in an exclusive tented camp with ensuite bedrooms nestled in the riverine woodlands of the Talek River. Head over to our website to book your bucket list experience today. WildEarth Expeditions. Travel with purpose. Here at WildEarth, we want you to learn as much about the wild as possible. Sadly, we can't answer all the questions on Safari Live, So we've come up with a new way to solve the problem.
I love answering your questions, and now I have the chance to answer even more. Sign up to be a WildEarth explorer, and you can join me on July the 6th after the Sunset Safari here at the beautiful Amakhala Game Reserve. Have your questions ready.
WildEarth Explorers. It's in your nature.
I was getting a little bit of discipline there from Corky. And just amazing the noises and the sounds they make. Oh, do you hear something? It sounds like, do you hear that? It sounds like an alarm calling north. I think like exactly Corky's also got their nose up that side, but I know. I'll take a look there just now. Yes, no, Michelle, definitely. Michael, yes. Michael, that's definitely, it would be fantastic if we could spend the whole day here. But like, I think your prime time is usually your early mornings. Not early, because I think it's still a little bit cold, but like just when the sun starts coming out and starts heating up, then you get a nice action. And as well, this time of the evening or this time of the afternoon is definitely when things are happening. You can see Bella, so she's trying to figure out how to remain here, but definitely the adults are all very much now quite awake, and I think they're very, very keen to start moving out very soon for a hunt or for a scavenge somewhere. But we are losing quite a bit of light, and I think there is somebody else that wants to come into the sighting before we lose the light and let the other vehicle also get a chance to quickly pop their nose in here to the den site and also have a nice view on these hyenas and their young ones. And while we're going to make our way out here, let's head back to Ralph while he's on dam cam and he's sitting at Mashatu.
Well, sorry about earlier. I don't know what happened there, but we're back at the beautiful Mashatu dam cam, and the sun setting in the background with a lone straggler elephant just having his last drink. The rest have all headed off. They drank their fill, and now they've disappeared. Listen to the jackal. They start now. They might go louder and louder. My favorite time of the evening when the jackals start calling like that. I don't think it'll be too long and this elephant will move off. It's gonna have a drink and probably catch up with the rest of the herd. Very noisy are the red-billed quailias and the drongos calling in amongst them. Martin, yeah, it's always best to watch the sunset in real life, but if you can't, well, this is second best, and that's what we're trying our best to do, is to get these immersive online experiences that make you feel like you are almost there.
Here at WildEarth, we promised great monthly prizes for our explorers, and this month is no exception. If you join our club before the 10th of July, then you stand a chance to win a fabulous Safari Guide online course brought to you by Bushwise Field Guides. They specialize in accredited safari guide training with courses tailored for the African safari lodge industry. Sign up to be a WildEarth explorer today and don't miss out on this life-changing opportunity. It's time to put your feet up after a long week. WildEarth invites you to unwind with a weekend at the Waterhole, our life source of the bush, home to so much joy and danger. Join us on the 9th and 10th of July to get your wildlife refill broadcasted to you live all weekend at the Waterhole.
I see that elephant still hanging around. Maybe just going to walk across there, I don't know. Or just have a drink in a bit of a different spot. There's his reflection once more as he crosses that. There's a little bit of a deep spot there, I think. And off he goes. Heading off to go and catch up with the rest of the herd. Just going to zoom out. Give us a better impression of the whole pan. White mane, you're very welcome. That was a question that I've never had before about the mammals. Do all mammals have earwax? And now I know as well. So those are the best questions when you catch me that I've never had that question or thought about it or researched it. So now I have the answer. So thank you, White mane, for asking the question. Fabulous. I'm going to do a small pan across the pan. Just a little bit onto that side. There we go. Here it comes. Let's go up a little bit. There we are. There's a lovely impression of the water and still absolutely quiet still. No wind at all. Just the perfect winter's evening in Botswana. Rachel, thanks for your question. I spend a lot of time in the ocean surfing, and if I had to be any ocean creature, it would definitely have to be a dolphin, because I just see how much fun they have surfing in the waves with us very often, and they're just so much better than us at it, and I can just see the joy in their eyes when they're doing it. So I'd choose to be a dolphin. I know that's probably a normal answer, but from personal experience, I've met numerous dolphins in the water. They've come up, turned sideways, and actually looked me in the eyes. Some of them like to play games with us as well. They come up right between you, and I know that they're having a laugh. They come up and they blow the air out, so right next to you, and obviously gives us all a fright, because you do always have in the back of your mind that there are sharks around as well. We don't really worry about it too much, but it's there. So when a shark swims around or a dolphin comes up next to you and does that, it obviously just puts you a little bit on edge. So, yeah, but for me, a sense of humor and dolphins definitely go together. Right, speaking of dolphins and their distant cousins or other intelligent mammals, let's head you on over to Chris.
Always amazing when you have anything coming up to the dam, especially elephants. And I'm so happy that we've had such an elephant-filled afternoon. Myself and Johan left Chitwa. We came up Cheetah Cutline. And it seems like we have found some elephants for ourselves. And this is a young mother. Now, very likely she's just had her first calf. And look at the size of it, it's tiny. So cute. And this mom is very small. She's still young. She's small in body size compared to the other cows in the herd. And she's got some very strange looking tusks on her too. Very straight and off at weird angles. So I wouldn't be surprised if her calf gets some of those genetics from her. But she is a beautiful mom, very calm. And of course the calf as well has been very calm the whole time we've been here, just learning how to use its trunk by watching mum.
WildEarth's weekend at the Waterhole is going to be epic, and we want to make sure that you are kitted out for the occasion. We've launched some wonderful merchandise just for you. Are you a dam cam lover? Find these and more on our website. So get your snacks ready, put your feet up, and join us for a weekend at the Waterhole.
So it's the weekend, and what better way to spend a day than sat near one of these wonderful waterholes?
So get yourself some snacks and a hat and come and join us for the weekend at a watering hole.
So for the days the 9th and the 10th of July, our teams here at WildEarth from across Southern Africa are going to be spending quality time at a number of waterholes.
We will see you there.
See you there.
So there's about maybe 8 elephants in this little group. We can't really see the others because they're moving off into the thickets in Torchwood. But I think this is part of Fang's herd. Vincent, I agree, it is the perfect way to end any day. Baby elephants, elephant action. It's been a very successful day. But yes, I'm fairly sure this is part of Fang's herd, and I say that because this big elephant you can see, who's just pushed that tree kind of closer towards us, didn't collapse the tree, it was already down, but she kind of just pushed it so she can access the long grass underneath where it's fallen. She's one of the elephants that has one very long tusk, the other one's broken off, so she looks very familiar. But in fact, the key for me was there's a young elephant that we saw earlier. It was in fact the first elephant we saw in the group, and it's the one with a very clear hole through its right ear. And that for me tells me that this is part of Fang's herd because we know that elephant. And in fact, Johan saw that elephant a couple days ago as well. So very, very cool. I wonder where the rest of the herd is, probably already crossed over. But it is so nice to see so many elephants together. Now the tiny little calf is still off to our left here with its mum. Now the sun is kind of dropping quickly, but we're going to try. Mavis, baby elephants, when they are born, weigh about 100 to 110 kilograms. So it's a very big baby, definitely the biggest that you would find out here, heaviest. And that is about the average weight of an adult's trunk. So when an elephant is born, one day, the weight that it was is going to be the weight of its own trunk that's attached to its face. So imagine the structure that an elephant needs to have. The neck, the shoulders, the head to carry a 100 or 110 kilogram trunk. Never mind the mom who has to carry a 100 or 110 kilogram baby. Absolutely crazy to think about. But of course, they are very well adapted for it, aren't they? She's just moved the tree a little bit more again, and this is her calf that you can see in front there. And this mama looks like she is also pregnant again. She's very big and very round. Tough to see in this light, but absolutely gorgeous. Now this is why elephants pushing over trees, it sounds really weird, but elephants pushing over trees can be a very, very good thing. So elephants are what we call landscape shapers. So they shape the landscape that we're in. They have the ability to change the landscape as we see it and as other animals experience it, which not a lot of other animals have the ability to do. But because elephants can dig and because they can push over trees, it's very important that they are here. Obviously, in a very small closed system that's fenced, you're going to have a bit of a problem because then there'll be too many elephants at some point and every tree will get pushed over. But this is why the elephant populations are monitored and kind of managed in that sense. You can move elephants around and open the fences. So in an area like this, it's perfect because it's not fenced. The elephants just move. So there's limited distraction. But what it's done, when another elephant came and pushed over that tree, it obviously could access the leaves, but what it did was it created an entire new habitat, a new niche for other animals to use. And this is a prime example, because not only by pushing that over has it created cover for things like scrub hares, lizards, mice, porcupines, it's also caused growth. And so that growth means that there's longer grass underneath the tree that other animals can't really access because they can't push the tree out the way. But the elephants can, so it's a way for them to make sure they have enough grass in the future. So it's really, really cool. Judy, yes, there can be too many elephants in an area. When there is an overpopulation of elephants, it's normally in a very closed system, so a very small fenced area. And if the elephants keep repopulating, then there's going to be a lot of destruction. It also means that it might become overgrazed and overbrowsed. But this can happen with pretty much anything. It can happen with too many lions in an ecosystem. It can happen with, even too many impalas in an ecosystem, I suppose. But yes, elephants can become overpopulated. Here, though, it is not a concern because it's an open system. All right, we're going to switch over into infrared. As you can see, the light has faded now so much that we can barely see. Ha-ha, there's an elephant. It's magic. Pow, pow. I hope that everybody in MC enjoyed my pow, pow. It was the joke while I was in Joburg. That was my sound effect that I made for everything. Pow, pow, pow. It's just so lovely to spend some time with a herd of elephants just as the sun has set.
WildEarth have really inspired me to return to South Africa after having followed so many beautiful characters. This Ticket to Dream has given me a great opportunity to meet the WildEarth team, which I thank. They're all amazing. I love all of the characters, but I do have a particular passion for leopards. It's a dream, and as I said before, I just keep on pinching myself. Am I really here?
Now, of course, these elephants are about to disappear into the thickets. And again, prime example of how easily elephants can be right next to you and somehow disappear without you noticing. Can I hear a low rumble in the distance from one of the older cows? Probably a cue to get moving. Now, the temperature is dropping very quickly, which the elephants will enjoy because it's been an exceptionally hot day for winter. I very much miscalculated my outfit earlier, but now I'm very grateful for it because it's gotten so cold that I'm feeling cold even with my jacket on. But I'm sure the elephants are appreciating it. Most of their feeding is going to happen now during the night. Overnight, they'll keep moving and keep feeding, taking advantage of that nice cool weather so that they can move further without overheating. Ah, and there they go. So lovely to see that little bubba with Mom. We are going to watch the hind end of these ellies disappear into the thickets, and I'm going to send you over to Cedric, who's on a bumble.
Yes, I'm on a Twin Dams Road. I'm just heading south. I'm heading towards Chilapan again. I did leave those hyenas. It got too dark, but there was definitely some nice interaction between all the cubs and the older ones that side. But now I'm heading back this side just to follow up again on the Lumbers tracks that we had towards Pangolin track. That's just here on just west of Chilapan. And to see if anything's maybe gone on top of our vehicle tracks during the last hour. Because she's definitely been very busy up and down in this area for hunting. It looks like one track went that way and another track came back that way, and then I know that Tess got tracks for coming down Nyala south with the youngsters to the Molawati, so I'm going to follow up there. But as well, don't forget this weekend on the 9th and the 10th of July, we have got our Waterhole weekend. So we are going to be going from dam to dam, or pan to pan, or pan to dam, and we're going to have a lovely time at all the waterholes. So that's this weekend, the 9th and the 10th of July. So make sure that you grab some nice snacks for the weekend, grab a hat and join us at some of the waterholes. Hopefully it's going to be a lovely day, so we can see some amazing things coming through. Logan, being South African, there is one vital snack that we always pack for weekends when we go and watch rugby or cricket or sport or go for a picnic or something, and that is biltong. So biltong is, of course, is equivalent to beef jerky from America, but better. Biltong is just dried meat, very nice. We were brought up with biltong since we were kids. And when we were teething, because it's very salty, when we were teething, my mom and dad gave me biltong to actually chew on. So it was also helped with the teething process. And what else will I pack? Definitely some nuts. Yeah, definitely. So biltong and nuts. I think that would be the ideal snack for this weekend waterhole extravaganza. It'll be fantastic. Fantastic. And I think it's going to be nice. What's going to be nice about it, just sit there, sitting at the waterholes, and you actually can imagine just watching things coming down and just enjoy the scenery.
If you would like to be a part of the team that shares the wildebeest migration in Kenya live on WildEarth, then we have some great news for you. There are a few places left to join our expeditions in August and September this year. You'll be staying in an exclusive tented camp with ensuite bedrooms nestled in the riverine woodlands of the Talek River. Head over to our website to book your bucket list experience today. WildEarth Expeditions. Travel with purpose. Here at WildEarth, we want you to learn as much about the wild as possible. Sadly, we can't answer all the questions on Safari Live, so we've come up with a new way to solve the problem.
I love answering your questions, and now I have the chance to answer even more. Sign up to be a WildEarth explorer, and you can join me on July the 6th after the Sunset Safari here at the beautiful Amakhala Game Reserve. Have your questions ready.
WildEarth Explorers. It's in your nature.
Alrighty then. Alrighty then, I think I'm going to do Nyala South one more time, and then I'm going to head a little bit further north towards Buffelshoek boundary and see what's happening that side. Can you believe it? From yesterday's buffaloes, we had 3 enormous herds of buffalo moving through Djuma. Till this afternoon, I haven't seen a single buffalo. I've seen a lot of tracks, of course, from yesterday, but I haven't seen a single buffalo this afternoon. Amazing how quickly things can change. So quick. So you got to appreciate every little thing, and while they are on the property, enjoy every moment of it. Okay, it is getting nice and chilly, I did make myself a nice flask of hot Milo, so I love Milo. I like hot chocolate. Well, actually, I like hot chocolate more, but I think Milo is a good thing. It's like a good tummy warmer, that, for the evening, for these cold evenings. But definitely the vegetation has dried up quite a bit and quite quickly. It's amazing how quickly it just changes. Anyway, let's head over to Ralph and see what he's got.
Well, we've got changing colors all the time. There's not really any animals at the waterhole, but we're still also hearing a bit of grinding noise in the background, and I'm assuming that's the hyenas that are still feeding on that carcass. Now, when I said I thought that is something substantial because of the length of time that they spent there, it's really even bigger than I thought. I will really wonder what animal they got in there. It's perplexing, but wonderful at the same time. Now, we did see some eyes on the Djuma Dam cam that we were hoping potentially could be Mulwati. But now our battery has died there because we've got power issues in South Africa. So that one has just dropped out. But I want to see, maybe the guys that are mobile, they could maybe go and have a look. I'll pass on the message, but there is potentially a leopard around Djuma Dam. So that's exciting. Maybe the guys can head out on their way there and just have a check. It's not confirmed. We just really think it might be. So that's exciting. Who knows? Maybe they'll pick up on Mulwati. He does seem quite a nervous leopard. I always just heard about him. I never actually saw him myself.
Hi, I am David. I come to you live from the Mana Triangle, all the way from Kenya.
This is not a postcard. This is real. Sunrise in the beautiful Masai Mara.
Here on WildEarth, we love it when you interact with our guides while they are live. In order to do this, you must head over to wildearth.tv/questions and submit your questions, comments, and suggestions. Simple as that. And to make it even simpler, from time to time, you will see a QR code on your screen. Open your camera phone and scan this code, and it will take you straight to where you need to be. We look forward to answering your questions on this channel.
And so much so that I was a guide in the bush full-time for 4 years before I saw my first leopard. So, if you go on a safari and you see leopard on your first day, count yourself lucky. It's not always like that, and there's only certain areas where it is like that. Leopards generally, across Africa, are the ghosts in the darkness. They don't like to be viewed by humans. So we have had a lot of work put into these leopards in the Sabi Sands in particular, and that's what allows us to be able to get close to them and have such wonderful viewings. Right, I'm going to carry on watching the sun go down. It's absolutely amazing, and I'm going to send you on back down to South Africa and Tessa.
4 years is a very long time, so yes, we are exceptionally lucky at the Sabi Sands. I must be honest, it is an absolute privilege being here, and I don't think I've ever met a guide who would feel otherwise. So I agree, Ralph, I agree. Now, funny story, Ralph and I are actually both from Port Alfred. So he took over from me in Johannesburg. And it's very cool to be working with him for the first time. Oh. So I'm on Gowrie, Maine. We left our little herd of elephants. We are now looking for a leopard. Let's see. Maybe we'll get lucky. Shidulu, maybe, because we're approaching Shabamu track now. Maybe we'll find Shidulu. Maybe we'll find Mongwati, because his tracks were coming down Zoe's towards Gowrie, Maine this morning. We know that Shidulu was headed towards that area as well, so maybe we might find them met up somewhere. A funny story for the day, I absolutely had a little bit of a panic because I tried to put my spotlight on and my switch for my spotlight is just here. That's where it is. And I clicked it on and nothing happened. And I had a mini panic only to realize I'm having a very rookie moment and completely forgot that the spotlight has a switch. Haha. So, it's been an entertaining day. First day back, I'm a little rusty. So worth it. Ooh, we've hit a nice warm patch, that's lovely. Warm air on the skin. I wonder if there'd be any chameleons out tonight since it's a little bit warmer. Not nearly as cold as last night. Catherine, there are so many brilliant bush theme songs, so I feel like it depends on the day and the sighting, right? So probably the best ones in general would be, you know, like maybe Africa Toto is a really good one. But I don't know, for me, bush songs have always been Lion King songs. It's always been my favorite animation. It probably always will be. I'm an animation nerd, so. But yes, definitely the Lion King songs. Circle of Life is beautiful, but I think the opening to that, the very dramatic opening, that's gorgeous. But anything that's got a bit of African music in it, perfect bush song. We were chatting today because Cedric doesn't know the band Mafiki Zola, which is obviously a local band. And they've got some beautiful songs, but we were kind of chatting about that earlier. Any African songs are perfect bush songs.
Here at WildEarth, we promised great monthly prizes for our explorers, and this month is no exception. If you join our club before the 10th of July, then you stand a chance to win a fabulous Safari Guide online course brought to you by Bushwise Field Guides. They specialize in accredited safari guide training with courses tailored for the African safari larger industry. Sign up to be a WildEarth explorer today and don't miss out on this life-changing opportunity. It's time to put your feet up after a long week. WildEarth invites you to unwind with a weekend at the Waterhole, our life source of the bush, home to so much joy and danger. Join us on the 9th and 10th of July to get your wildlife refill broadcasted to you live all weekend at the Waterhole.
That's a very interesting question, and I've had a lot of time to think about it because I've had quite a few people say, you know, aren't you worried about a leopard's reaction when you see a leopard wearing a leopard print jacket? No, I don't think it's dangerous. It's probably an advantage in some ways, but obviously that would be more maybe for walking as opposed to just because of the camouflage element, not because of anything else. But as opposed to being on the vehicle, to be fair, I think being on the vehicle in general, you know, animals know you're coming. They can see you, they can see the shape moving. So whether they can see a bit of leopard print on it or not isn't going to make a difference because the general picture is the vehicle and the general smell is me and the vehicle. So even with me wearing a leopard print jacket, I still smell like me and not like a leopard, which is the most important thing. I still act like me and not a leopard as well. So the animals are more than intelligent enough to know the difference. And to be honest, I haven't noticed anything from any of the animals while I've been wearing them. So it was kind of my tester. I wore it for a few drives to see what would happen and no change. So quite exciting. I'm very happy about it because then I get to be a sassy leopard on drive. You know, why would you not style it up if you could? Even if you work in the bush doesn't mean you don't have to look amazing. Very sassy. But in all seriousness, I just like having a bit of animal print or something different, you know. I used to put it on my nails and then I realized that didn't have a long life because my nails grow too quickly. So now I do natural nails, but then I put leopard print on my jackets or my face if I'm feeling adventurous, and I draw leopard print all over myself in permanent marker. As we have learned, this is difficult to take off, but I did get it right eventually. Took out my little face device and I cleaned my face, and it was amazing. I even used that to clean my hand. But yeah, Catherine, you have now done the inevitable and gotten Lion King songs stuck in my head, so thank you. It's a beautiful theme for my safari. I will be singing them to Johan for the rest of the drive. But it sounds like Cedric is having a really good scratch around at Gowrie Dam, so let's go see what he is looking for.
Yes, I'm just trying to figure out. Apparently they said they had maybe Molawati around Gowrie Dam. I just came to Gowrie Dam now just to see if I can pick up on any tracks around there. Might be actually on the other side of the dam, which I'm thinking at this point in time because there's nothing on the southern side. So yeah, no, it looks like it might be from the northern side. Just want to check here quickly. As you know, this male leopard is very sneaky. He doesn't like to be seen. So I'm thinking it might be actually on the other side towards Mvubu Road. So I'm just going to quickly turn around and take a look. It was not long ago. That was like about 5 minutes ago. So there's no tracks here. No, there's nothing here. All right, let's quickly go around that side. But if he's going to stick into that drainage line, it is going to be a little bit tough for us. But, yeah, what's that? That's Impala. That's Impala, so I don't seem very relaxed there. Let's go down this side. Yeah, the Lion King song. Which Lion King song? There's so many Lion Kings for the song. In the jungle, the mighty jungle, the lion sleeps tonight. In the jungle, the mighty... I love that one part. Go, I can just imagine having little dwarf mongooses sitting next to me doing that part. Anyhow. All right, let's head towards Mvubu Road. I'm hoping to see if we can locate on this male leopard. Nature check? No, they don't really react. I've had it so many times, thousands of times. I've had packets of biltong and dry horse snacking away at lion sightings, leopard sightings, and I've never had any reaction out of an animal. So no, I don't think, unless you most probably, if you throw it to them or something, which you shouldn't do, then it's a different story. But nah, I haven't had any reaction out of that. Strange, I know, like it is strange that we're not going to get any reaction. You would think it's meat, so, but I think maybe, I don't know, maybe for some other reason they just don't react to coming into the vehicle and grabbing the biltong. So it's like us. I mean, they know they can hear us, they can smell us and all that as well. So I think they just maybe associate that biltong at that present time, or that point of time, with that vehicle, and not really too bothered. Alright, I can't see anything here at the moment. It is very, still, this area is very thick on Mvubu Road.
WildEarth's weekend at the Waterhole is going to be epic, and we want to make sure that you are kitted out for the occasion. we've launched some wonderful merchandise just for you. Are you a dam cam lover? Find these and more on our website. So get your snacks ready, put your feet up, and join us for a weekend at the Waterhole.
So it's the weekend, and what better way to spend a day than sat near one of these wonderful waterholes?
So get yourself some snacks and a hat and come and join us for the weekend at a watering hole.
So for the days the 9th and the 10th of July, our teams here at WildEarth from across Southern Africa are going to be spending quality time at a number of waterholes.
We will see you there.
See you there.
Sorry, it's hippos. A whole lot of hippos that's outside the water here. Hello. What's with it? As you can see, moving out from the watering hole at Gary Dam and heading into the thick bush to go and graze on some grass. Must be old dewey. I'm sure that looks like dewey, quite a big one. Just moving up behind the thickets. Oh, well, that was quite a surprise. Nice to see. Oh, there you go. This shows a 2-ton mammal. They are really large. Of course, as you can see, at night time, and they can move great distances at night, looking at 25, 30 kilometers if they have to. I think it's going to be tough here. I think they just can't. Let's see if we can get maybe a little gap here. I think we've got a gap here? No. Oh, we do. Yeah, there we go. Listen to it. You can hear him, of course, shaking his tail and actually throwing all that dung and squirting all that dung all over the branches. Just a territorial marking. Tony, sorry, just go with that again, Jared. Tony's question. Thanks, Tony. Yes, they do have definitely a swagger. Those little short, stumpy legs and that big body. It does definitely, they do look like they have got that interesting little swagger. But yeah, as you just heard, it's got that. So what the male hippo does many times, if he's marking his territory around his dam, his watering hole, or further up to where he enjoys a certain grass species, nice palatable grass, he'll actually mark his territory all along and all the way through. And what he does, he'll actually spray the dung of himself will actually go all over the branches, over the trees, or even sometimes they'll even spray it all over, like how can I say, the road itself. So sometimes if you see this dung that's lying all over and spread all over the show, then you know it's a hippo that's been marking its territory in the area. But look, that most probably that's Dewey, because he was the one that was spraying that dung all over the show. Oh, well, that's fantastic. Nice to see that. Yay! I thought I almost got excited. I thought it might have had a leopard as well there. But yeah, nice to see all hippos out the water. Thanks, Dewey. Thanks to his friends. Oh, what was that? Sorry, I just saw something move there. Christine, yes, I know it is such. It's like I think the musical to Lion King is fantastic. I love it. I think it's a very catchy tunes in the Lion King. So, and I love that. I just love that song. I think it's a classic, absolute classic. I'd actually like to know what song Tess was thinking about when she was talking about the Lion King. Anyway, while talking about Tess, let's see what's happening on her safari and see what song she enjoys from the Lion King.
Job to explain to you how it works. That should have been done by the company. Cedric, that song that you're singing is not even from The Lion King. Come on. Well, I suppose does sing it, but not like, you know, it's not originally from the lion. I was thinking of Circle of Life because it's the opening scene, you know, the classic opening scene with the sunrise and then the giraffes walking through. And I don't know if you've ever seen the Broadway production or the theatre production of The Lion King, the live theatre. It is unbelievable. I saw it when I was about 12 or 13 with my grandfather. He flew myself and my cousin Jordan up to Joburg and we saw it with him. And I distinctly remember thinking I'd never see anything as spectacular in my life, not even in real life in the bush. It was just so well done. And that opening scene just sticks in your head. And so that is a musical production that I would see any day of the week, every day of the week if I could. But that being said, I probably have seen slightly more magical things in the bush, but in terms of productions, that's the best one I've ever seen. I am slightly biased though, so that probably doesn't help the situation. But I was thinking of Circle of Life, that gorgeous sunrise opening scene. I don't think Cedric watches many animations. Do you, Ced? I don't know. Cedric and I actually usually watch series together. We don't often watch movies together.
If you would like to be a part of the team that shares the wildebeest migration in Kenya live on WildEarth, then we have some great news for you. There are a few places left to join our expeditions in August and September this year. You'll be staying in an exclusive tented camp with ensuite bedrooms nestled in the riverine woodlands of the Talek River. Head over to our website to book your bucket list experience today. WildEarth Expeditions. Travel with purpose. Here at WildEarth, we want you to learn as much about the wild as possible. Sadly, we can't answer all the questions on Safari Live, so we've come up with a new way to solve the problem.
I love answering your questions, and now I have the chance to answer even more. Sign up to be a WildEarth explorer, and you can join me on July the 6th after the Sunset Safari here at the beautiful Amakhala Game Reserve. Have your questions ready.
WildEarth Explorers. It's in your nature.
So this is fascinating. To me, the Jima clan cubs are so active compared to other young hyenas. I have never seen such brave cubs before. You know, to come around the corner and find 3 of the youngest cubs just randomly playing in the road on their own, unattended, at this age, is quite mind-blowing. Oh, and I can hear one coming up on my left. I have never spent time with you guys at night. Do you know that? Hello. My goodness, you've gotten so big. What has happened? It's kind of like just down here, but I don't think you'll be able to see it hiding behind me, but I can hear one here as well. Oh, there we go. Hello. So, based on, because remember, I'm not seeing this with the naked eye now, because I'm sitting in the pitch darkness. Based on the patterns, looks like Mbilo, Heart's cub, and Ribbon's 2 cubs, so, hello. And Ribbon's 2 cubs are around as well. Wow. You guys are getting so big, man. Oh, there we go. Almost the same size now. How cool is that? Yeah, that's definitely Mbilo. So that's Heart's cub. The other one that's here is Ribbon's cub. It's the one with the intact ears. Where did it go? That would be... Where'd it go? I think just in front of the car. That's too funny. Let me try and move. we've got movement. Oopsie. So I know while I was away, the cubs were really intent on coming really close to the vehicles. Apparently, especially Tima's two little ones, Loki and Kira. Which is quite odd, because they weren't that brave when I left. But
The Masai Mara in Kenya, a remote landscape where wilderness reigns. Its inspirational beauty captivates the hearts of many around the world. This year, from August, WildEarth is leading a number of unique expeditions to follow Africa's greatest wildebeest migration here in the Masai Mara. And now, the remaining places have been discounted by 20%. Head over to our website to find out. We want to make it even easier for you to interact with our guides whilst watching WildEarth. When you see a QR code like this pop up on your screen, then open your phone camera, point it at the code, and you will be taken directly to our question page. Simple as that. Then you can let us know what you want to see, ask questions, and much more.
I've had it before where I've been walking and the waterbucks jumped out of the grass. It's quite a frightening experience.
WildEarth, it's in your nature.
that was a very cute little hyena surprise. Mbilo, Matimba, and Spirit. 3 pretty cubs. My first time seeing them in over a month, and I can't believe how big Ribbon's boys have gotten. Wow. Literally the same size as Mbilo now. Impressive. Fraction smaller. Oh, what man, that is incredibly sweet. Thank you so much. I do try, but mostly I'm just genuinely very happy to be out here. So that happiness just comes from me being where I love being. This has been my passion since I was 8 years old, and that's when I decided I was going to be a guide. And so the happiness is just natural, the bubbliness. But thank you very much. I'm glad that I can lift your spirits and that you enjoy listening to the crazy sound of my voice and all of my weird little funny sassy outbursts and things, you know. It's very good to be home. The bush is home. Now it's quite funny because my brother and I were chatting, Bryce, the one that's a year older than me, and he's a medical doctor, right? So he works in a public hospital in ICU. And we were chatting now when I saw him on Monday. I stayed over at his place on the way through in Johannesburg. And we were chatting and he was saying, you know, him and I both love the bush and being outdoors so much, but we have a slight difference. We love the same places, but we each love one a little bit more. And I love Sabi Park and the Kruger Park a fraction more, and he loves the farm that we used to go out to every weekend, the farm that we had as kids. He loves that a fraction more, but both of us would be equally happy in either place, I suppose. So it's just fascinating to have that, I suppose. We both love the bush. Anyway, it sounds like Cedric is on quite the bumble, so let's head over to him and ask him to sing us The Circle of Life from Lion King.
I've definitely got a male lion track for one male lion on the road. I'm just going to check exactly what's still going up here. It's on top of all the vehicle tracks as well. Very, very fresh track here. Oh, definitely, I think it's going towards Quarantine Open. Let's go to Quarantine Open quickly. I think very fresh on top of all. It's gone inside here. We need a lion. I want to see which male it is. I wonder if it's maybe well, I don't know. It's just for one male lion on top of all everyone's tracks. So let's take a look if we are lucky. There's nothing carrying on down there. No, he's gone. He's definitely gone up towards Quarantine area. There's Impala there. come inside. Yeah, let's double check. Now this is where we can, hopefully we can see some eyes somewhere that's going to shine at us. But it's not far off from here. Come on. We can have a last minute lion. Well, like, we did have lions today, but it'll be quite interesting to see which one it is. Yes, Martin, definitely. It is very tough. Elusive cats like your leopards, I mean, if they don't want to be seen, they won't be seen. That's the thing about a leopard. That's what makes them so special and secretive. So, yeah, no, that's why sometimes you have to really... Sorry, I saw something there. You have to really look carefully and understand. And luckily here in the Sabi Sands, our leopards are very, very much relaxed with vehicles. So if you do follow them and looking for them, they're not going to just, sneak off and sneak away. Except, of course, Molawati. Molawati is the ghost of Juma, and he's definitely one of the ones. He's definitely one of the ones that doesn't want to be seen. No, I don't see anything the other side. Ay, ay, ay. Continue just to hopefully get this last minute cat. Let's head over to Tess, as she's got a nocturnal bird to show all of you.
I love a last-minute predator sighting. Not the cat that Sid is looking for. I hope he finds Molawati. That would be brilliant. But we have got a southern white-faced owl. And in fact, this is only my second one on Juma ever. Isn't it amazing? Now, unfortunately facing away from us, but it's just flown up and landed in front of us as we were driving up Philemon's Dip. And I've always said I want to see an owl here. Oh, that's so cool. But I've never managed to see one here until now. Now, it's actually quite a small owl. It would kind of almost be classified as an owlet. It's only around 27 centimeters tall, but... Oh, there it goes. Is it gone? Oh, it's gone. But an absolutely beautiful bird. And a pleasure to see a southern white-faced owl. I have not seen very many southern white-faced owls in my lifetime. So I get very excited every time I see one. And definitely looking for food. It's a beautiful open area up here. The roads where rodents will be crossing. Absolutely brilliant. And perfect time of the night for an owl to be hunting. So it does make a lot of sense. What a privilege. What a privilege. I love it. All right. Oh, I really hope Cedric finds Molawati. How awesome would that? I haven't seen him in ages either. All right, people. Do any of you have a safari saw? Tell me if you do, please. I'm so happy that everyone enjoyed the owl as much as I did. It is so cool to see a predator. So cool to see a predator. Wow, wow, wow. Owls are just... I feel like they're just so quiet. Oh, an elusive... Hello, elephants? Goodness me, we're having an elephant-filled day, aren't we? Oh, and there's a calf. Switch off my lights. Do you need me to go a bit closer, Johan?
Good.
Oh, Wendy almost stalled on me. Doo-dah, doo-dah. Wow. So, we have pushed over a tree, it seems. How naughty is that? So we've got a family feast happening. A little bit of dinner. Getting the night started with some nice leafy green nutrition. I suppose for us, kind of like eating a salad. I'm a massive salad fan. I also enjoy shakes. Oh, wow, look at the mom stretching up. Oh, that was amazing. I really don't think we could have ended the day any better. To start my morning with a leopard coming back as my first day back, to have elephants all over, tracks of Kalamba and the cubs, of course a beautiful lion sighting, epic jackals with Lauren, so much action at Mashatu, and of course Sid trying to find the last minute ghost. It has been an absolute pleasure of a day. Thank you so much to everybody for joining us. Really, really, we appreciate all of your questions and comments and you being here. And we hope that you'll be with us again tomorrow morning. Wherever you are in the world, have a lovely evening or day. Sleep well or have a good day at work. And we'll see you all bright and early for our sunrise safari tomorrow morning with lots of layers on.
Kills and carcasses. Viewer discretion is advised.